On the evening of the 11th of September, 1994, a gang of at least 3 men, one wearing a clown's mask and a boiler suit, brandishing a knife, broke into Carol and Gordon Wardell's home in Meriden. Only Carol was home during the break-in. When her husband Gordon returned home from the pub later that night, he was attacked and drugged. He was overpowered and knocked unconscious with a chemical, and when he came around, he found himself bound and gagged on the floor, alone, his wife Carol missing. Only a few hours later, Carol Wardell was found dead in a lay-by, and the building society where she worked had been robbed. A devastated Gordon Wardell would then go on to make a public plea to try and help catch the men who had brutally murdered his wife. Choking back tears, he said, "I still don't believe this has happened. We must catch these men. I think they are evil."
I would urge anybody who knows anything about the death of my wife to come forward.
Carol Wardell was born in Coventry on the 26th of April 1955 to her parents Robert and Joan Heslop. In 1979, Carol met her future husband, Gordon Wardell, at a party in Hinckley. When they met, they immediately clicked, and Carol had described the interaction as love at first sight. They married in 1982 at Holy Trinity Church in Coventry and had a fairly normal, happy marriage. Carol was described by friends and family as popular, jolly and cheerful, and that she was a devoted wife to her husband. Family meant everything to Carol, and it's said that she was the linchpin of the family. She kept everyone together. She was described as the nicest person you could ever meet, and she would do anything for anybody. Shortly after they married, Carol found out that she was unable to have children, and so she concentrated on her career. Carol started a job working at the Woolwich Building Society as a cashier. Through working hard and being a long-term employee, Carol received a promotion in 1992 to branch manager of the Woolwich branch in Nuneaton. Gordon Wardell was an operations manager with 𝒉𝒐 UK Limited, a distribution centre for motor components, on the Harrowbrook Industrial Estate at Hinckley, near Nuneaton, but sadly he was at risk of losing his job around this time. At around 5 a.m. on the 12th of September 1994, Carol Wardell's keys were used to enter the Abbey Street Building Society where she worked. The alarms were switched off and the security cameras were disabled, and £14,126.67 in cash and 2 blank checkbooks were stolen. 3 hours later, at 8:40 a.m, a motorist found the body of Carol Wardell lying face up in a lay-by, just 2 miles from Nuneaton. No attempt had been made to conceal her body. The top half of her body was partially exposed, and one feature which immediately caught the police's attention was that one of her sandals was missing. A post-mortem examination would later reveal that she had received numerous minor injuries to her head and body, and that the cause of death was asphyxiation, probably a combination of pressure on her neck and something smothering her. Just 20 minutes later, at around 9 a.m, a concerned building society staff contacted the police because Carol Wardell, a key holder, had not arrived at the office and they could not get into the branch. Armed police arrived and closed off parts of Nuneaton town centre and surrounded the building society. When they entered the premises, they found the office had been ransacked and just under £15,000 plus 2 checkbooks had been stolen. Police immediately drew a link between this robbery and with the body they had found by the A444 earlier that morning, as a single sandal similar to the one found on Carol Wardell was laying on the floor of the building society. Officers from West Midlands Police were then drafted to keep watch on the Wardell's house. Armed officers went to Bonneville Close and saw the curtains were drawn at number 18. They circled the property and heard a strange mumbling noise coming from inside. The front door was open and officers went into the lounge where they found Gordon Wardell. He was laying on the floor and was wearing only a pair of blue underpants. He was gagged with a strip of cloth in his mouth and his hands were tied to a rubbish bin holder. Mr. Wakely from the police department said it was a remarkable sight. He was on the floor lying on his back in the middle of the room, dressed only in his underpants. His clothes and shoes were close by. He was apparently gagged with a strip of cloth and was tied to a reused sack holder with 2 ratchet ties around his wrists. He was conscious and alert, but apparently had some bruising to his stomach. Gordon was immediately taken to Coventry and Warwickshire Hospital, where he was said to be in complete shock and could not remember much of what had happened. I didn't notice anything unnatural until I walked back into the house. Once I was in, the first thing I noticed was a cigarette. As I walked into the lounge, I was grabbed. I was grabbed from both sides, from the back, and forced down. He went on to explain the events of the previous night in as much detail as he could remember. On the evening of the 11th of September 1994, Gordon Wardell went out to post a letter and stopped off for a drink at his local pub on the way home. When Gordon returned home just before 10 p.m, as he walked towards his lounge, his arms were grabbed on both sides, a cloth was put over his face and nose, and his knees were kicked from behind him. When the lights were switched on, Gordon saw a man wearing a clown mask and a dark blue boiler suit, along with at least 2 other men. The man wearing the clown mask had hold of Carol and was threatening her with a knife. The cloth that was placed over his mouth was laced with a chemical that proceeded to knock him out, and he would not regain consciousness until the next morning. When he woke up that Monday morning, he found himself lying on his back in the middle of the room in just his underpants. Gordon said that he was cold and in absolute agony, and that his only concerns were for basic survival. He was scared, frightened, and worried, and unable to free himself. He called out for help, but no one could hear him, and he was only saved hours later when the police broke into his house and found him laying there, where they then immediately took him to the hospital to receive medical attention. Luckily, Gordon was not badly hurt, and he only had some superficial injuries, but he was very shocked and disorientated. Gordon's mother spent 9 hours with her deeply traumatized son in the hospital. She said, "It's a terrible waste of a young life, and I don't know how Gordon will be able to carry on without her. I don't think he even realized we were there. The doctors thought it might be better if he knew about Carol, so that he could start to come to terms with it, but I do not think he realizes he has lost her yet. None of us can believe that this has happened. Carol was the best daughter-in-law you could possibly wish for. She was kind and gentle, and the 2 of them were utterly devoted to each other." Police had to wait to talk to Gordon as he recovered from the ordeal in the hospital. They believed that he would be able to provide vital evidence in their search for the killers. As part of their investigation, the police asked Gordon to appear at a press conference to appeal for his wife's killers to come forward. Gordon would appear at the press conference in a wheelchair, wearing tinted sunglasses and visibly shaken. He described how he had returned home to find a man wearing a clown's mask and a dark boiler suit threatening his wife at knife point. He had been grabbed from both sides, forced down, and lost consciousness after a cloth had been put over his face. He didn't remember anything else until he woke up later, bound and gagged.
And then as I walked into the lounge, I was grabbed. It's the first time I saw my wife. The man had got hold of my wife and was threatening her with a knife. And I was grabbed from both sides from the back and forced down. He was wearing a clown's mask and a dark blue boiler top suit. I lost consciousness and didn't. The next thing I know was on the floor, bound and gagged.
Gordon went on to say that they had always been conscious of security and had talked about the fears for Carol's safety after she was held at gunpoint during an armed raid in February last year at work. At the time, she and other colleagues were praised by the police for getting the thief out of the building as quickly and as calmly as possible. We talked about it and took as much precaution as we could. We kept changing routines. I was always worried about Carol's safety. He continued, "I've lost everything. We must find out who did this to my Carol. The men who did this are totally evil." On the same day that the press conference took place, a dark side of Gordon's past had emerged and had been made public.
Mr. Wardell was asked about a 4-year jail sentence he served for stabbing the wife of one of his school teachers when he was 17. Mr. Wardell said it was irrelevant.
My interest is to catch the killers of my wife.
Nearly 25 years ago, when Gordon Wardell was a 17-year-old A-level student, he was jailed for stabbing his school teacher's wife. He had attacked her after luring her to an area on the pretext he had found a rare plant. He had tied her hands behind her back, put sticking plaster over her mouth, and then led her back to her car where she had left 2 of her sons. They then watched as he squirted de-icer fluid in her face and carried out an indecent assault, before stabbing her twice in the neck. He denied attempted murder but was jailed for 4 years after his plea of guilty to grievous bodily harm was accepted in 1970. Gordon's mother, Betty Wardell, said, "Now people are going to believe that Gordon is involved in this. I am pleading with the public to believe me that he is not the killer. He is innocent. He spent his years in prison and came out a better man, and has worked damn hard to get to where he is today. I am shocked and saddened that this has been dragged up again after 24 years. Detectives started examining security videos from the building society and those from nearby areas. They also started forensic tests at the Woolwich branch and the couple's home, and followed up leads from information given by the public. Chiefs at the Woolwich Building Society put up a £25,000 reward in a bid to capture the killers. The reward was then doubled to £50,000 after a national newspaper offered money. On October the 2nd, Gordon Wardell was asked by the police to take part in a film reconstruction of his movements on the night of the abduction. During this reconstruction, he walked them through his events of that evening, from when he posted the letter to his stop off at the pub, and to then arriving back home just before 10 p.m, where he was then attacked. When police started making extensive inquiries to the members of staff and clients who had been around the post office and the pub that night, no one could actually really remember seeing Gordon.
No, I didn't serve the man, and all the staff have signed 3 statements to say they don't recall seeing it.
This is when the cracks began to show in his story. On the 20th of October 1994, Gordon Wardell was arrested in an early morning police raid on his home. He was woken by detectives at his house at 7:30 a.m. and taken into custody. He was led to a waiting police car and driven the 5 miles to Nuneaton police station, where an incident room had been running since the killing of Mrs. Wardell just over a month ago. Police had had their suspicions against Gordon for quite some time, and they had been building up evidence against him before arresting him. Their suspicions had started during his appearance at the press conference. They found his behaviour strange and very unusual. For someone who only had superficial injuries, it was strange that he had turned up in a wheelchair, which just a few weeks later he had abandoned during the filming of the reconstruction.
There was no medical need for him to be in a wheelchair whatsoever.
They also picked up on how softly and emotionless he was speaking during the conference, and how he seemed to add unlikely and unusual extra details to his story, such as the clown mask.
There was some token sort of hoarseness of the voice, soft speaking, almost from the word go. The story didn't seem right. The clown's mask seemed to be an unlikely extra detail.
It was clear to them that he was just recalling and restating a story he had made up.
No sense of grief, no sense of loss, no sense of outrage, no real anguish at all. Just cold fish.
But why had Gordon Wardell so brutally murdered his wife? Carol and Gordon had been described as utterly devoted to each other and so in love. But was this all a lie? To the outside world, professional couple Carol and Gordon Wardell appeared to have the perfect marriage, but their relationship was riddled with lies and was disintegrating in the months before the murder. Their inability to have children was one of the causes of strife. Relatives said that Carol had wanted children and that she and Gordon had been trying for a baby for years. Her brother Tony Heslop said, "She could not have children, but she was a devoted aunt to my son and daughter and 3 other nephews and nieces." The couple may have seemed close, but in truth, they were starting to drift apart. Carol had a successful career as a banker, but Gordon's periods of unemployment put strains on the marriage. He had been drifting in and out of jobs since being released from prison for the assault back when he was 17. Despite the new opportunity he had been given at 𝒉 Limited, he didn't prove his worth, and they weren't satisfied with his performance, so his job was on the line once again, and he knew it. Gordon had also frequently been paying for sex workers, which Carol had supposedly found out about. With Gordon's unfaithfulness and unemployment, perhaps his motivations behind killing Carol were just an easy way to avoid another confrontation with his wife. As well as the fact that no one at the post office or the pub could vouch for Gordon's story, law enforcement had plenty of evidence against Gordon Wardell and were able to completely pull apart his story. Firstly, all the items that had been used to tie up Gordon had been taken from within his own house. Police found it very strange that these supposed attackers had not bought any of their own items such as rope and cable ties. Everything had come from the Wardell household. Gordon also said that he and his wife had eaten 3 meals the day before his wife's body was found: a breakfast of bacon sandwiches, chicken casserole and vegetables for lunch, and a ham salad at 7:30 p.m. Experts said it took 3 to 4 hours for the digestive system to empty the stomach. Carol's stomach was fairly full of pieces of vegetables, which her husband claimed she had eaten at 1:45 p.m. on Sunday. This meant she was likely killed soon after eating this substantial meal and could not have been at the building society at 5:22 a.m. on Monday. And if she was already dead by the early evening of Sunday, Gordon's story about seeing her held by robbers at 10 p.m. that night was further discredited. Gordon also said he had 2 pints to drink at the pub on the night of the abduction, but he did not need to urinate when he was released by police 16 hours later. He had also not wet himself while he was bound and unconscious, and could not provide the hospital with a urine specimen. Furthermore, if Carol had been forced to open the Woolwich branch, she would have activated a special distress code to alert the building society. This had not happened. And why had the robbers taken only £14,000? There was more money in the cash machine, and Carol had the combination. The prosecutor said it seemed highly unusual such vicious robbers would target such a small building society branch, saying, £14,000 split 4 ways, is that right? The gang had also left behind thousands of pounds of valuables at the family home. Detectives also dismissed Gordon's claim that he had fallen unconscious after the cloth was placed on his face. Any anesthetic on his gag, which he had claimed had knocked him out for hours, would have rendered him unconscious for only a few minutes. If he had been anaesthetized in the manner he claimed, he would have choked on his own tongue.
And an eminent member of the Royal College of Anaesthetists contacted our incident room and said that he knew of no anaesthetic that would have this particular effect.
He told police he had smelt cigarette smoke in the house, but forensic experts found no trace of cigarette ash on the carpet. Also, a police officer carried out an experiment at the Wardell's home, in which he drew the curtains, bound and gagged himself and cried for help. His cries were audible in the street, whereas Wardell said he could not be heard. Woolen fibres on Carol's body were identical to those found on Gordon and all around the interior of his car, but he denied any suggestion he had wrapped her body in a blanket, propped it up on the passenger seat to make it look like a live passenger, and dumped her body. No one saw the body being carried from the house, and the security lights fitted by Wardell conveniently were switched off on the fateful Sunday night. Gordon had turned the house into a fortress of security devices, but it was easily breached by the raiders he claimed killed his wife. Police said that when they found Gordon tied up on the floor, his blood pressure was not actually high, and his heart rate was steady despite his reported ordeal. The prosecution said that the only treatment he required was a cup of tea. Finally, Gordon was also set to gain financially from his wife's death, as just a week after her murder, he was discussing what insurance money he would receive. 8 days after Carol's death, Gordon went to the Woolwich regional office to discuss the value of the mortgage that was to be paid off and to discuss the lump sum and insurance he was set to receive. Gordon Wardell stuck to his original story, but the prosecution proved that Gordon had bound and gagged himself and lay in wait for the police after murdering his wife, dumping her body and carrying out the robbery. They believed that Carol had been murdered in their home. He had then put her in the car in the front seats to make it look like she was a sleeping passenger. They believed he then drove straight to the building society where he left her dead in the car. and he then proceeded to use his wife's personal identification number to break into the Woolwich at 5:22 a.m. and set about faking the raid. He even planted one of her sandals inside the building to suggest she had been there. He then had gone to dump her body in the lay-by and driven back home to tie himself up. A jury at Oxford Crown Court unanimously rejected his story and decided he was guilty of strangling his 39-year-old wife Carol, dumping her body in a lay-by. Sentencing Gordon Wardell, Mr. Justice Creswell said, "You are an extremely dangerous, evil and devious man. You killed your wife in a brutal manner, then cynically attempted to escape detection by going to elaborate lengths to make it look like that your crime was the work of a gang of robbers. This murder was an outrage to your wife, her family, and to everybody who knew her." On the 21st of December 1995, Gordon Wardell was sentenced to life imprisonment. The Home Secretary set Wardell's minimum tariff to 18 years. Carol's mother said she had suspected her son-in-law since the day after the funeral, where Gordon had continued his charade of the grieving widower. "It was just a mother's feeling, I suppose," she said. She welcomed the guilty verdict and said that her daughter could now rest in peace. She loved life. To have it taken away so tragically in such a way was terrible. Detective Superintendent Tony Bayliss, who led the murder investigation, said that a motive for killing has never been fully established, though one theory was that Gordon was at risk of losing his job. Inevitably, it led to financial problems, but I believe the murder was domestically orientated. In 2007, after serving 12 years of his sentence, Gordon Wardell went to court to appeal for his parole, which they thankfully rejected. However, through all my research, I could not find whether Gordon Wardell has now been released from prison. His 18-year minimum tariff would only take his sentence to 2013, which scarily means he could very well be walking free right now. This is such a heartbreaking case. Carol was excelling in her career and had friends and family who adored her. Life appeared to be good, but behind closed doors, her marriage was falling apart, and her and Gordon were falling deeper and deeper into financial issues. It's so sad to see that Gordon chose such a selfish and disgusting way out of this situation and his marriage. Rather than just leave, he chose to kill her and take her away from those who loved her dearly. My heart goes out to her friends and family who tragically lost their precious Carol in such a cruel and horrible way.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I've just killed my wife.
You just killed your wife?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bit different for you tonight, I expect. Happy New Year.
Okay, and how have you killed her?
Suffocation, really, I guess. Bit of a bizarre situation, but, never mind.
Okay, is it just the two of you in the house?
Well, just the one of us now.
Right, okay.
Yeah, well, two, yeah.
Okay, is there any other sort of issues that the officers need to be aware of when they come into the house? Is there
no, not really. I'm not violent, I'm not nothing.
Okay. Stephen, can I just get you to go and answer the door? I believe we should have some officers there. Are you able to just go and speak to them?
Okay, they're here now, are they?
They should be there.
Well, I'm on my way.
Okay.
I'm on my way as we speak.
Okay.
Hello. Oh, hello, buddies. How are you, all right? Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, okay.
Just 5 days after Christmas in 2017, at 10:19 p.m, Suffolk police received what they later described as one of the most bizarre 999 calls they had ever received. Stephen Searle calmly explained to police that he had killed his wife in their suburban house in the sleepy Suffolk town of Stowe Market. When paramedics arrived, 62-year-old Anne Searle was found unresponsive, and despite their best efforts, she was pronounced dead at the scene. Anne had been strangled by her husband of 45 years before suffering from a fatal cardiac arrest. When police arrived, he joked that he had been a very naughty boy, and sometimes you've just had enough. Stephen claimed it to be in self-defense, and that Anne had come to him with a steak knife. But how could someone who had accidentally killed their wife of 45 years and the mother of their children joke so casually after her tragic death? Stephen and Anne met in Glasgow in 1972 and married in December of that year. Anne was christened Jessica Ann, but would go by her second name and would be known by friends and family as Anne. She was born in Arbroath, a large town in the east of Scotland, which lies on the North Sea coast, about 26 kilometres from Dundee. Her family would then move to Glasgow, which is where she would later meet Stephen. Stephen was part of the Royal Marines and stayed there for 30 years. The couple would move a lot due to Stephen's military job and would have 3 sons, Gary, Christopher and Stephen Jr., nicknamed Stevie. After Stephen retired from the military in 1993, they moved to Suffolk where they became pub landlords for the Stag Tavern. Everything appeared to be going well, the relationship was happy and the pub was thriving. Anne Searle was said to be the glue that kept the family together. Her son Stevie reflects on his childhood, saying the family grew as a tight unit. She was the backbone of the family. Stephen, on the other hand, was described by individuals as being obsessed with the military and military matters, the army and the Royal Marines. He had grown up in a macho environment, he was obsessed with bodybuilding and his appearance. He was taught unarmed combat, how to keep fit, and he was a very powerful man. After leaving the Royal Marines, Stephen was still determined to be the man in charge. Once they moved to Stowmarket in Suffolk to run their pub, he became very well known locally and over time became extremely politically ambitious. Stephen therefore became a UKIP councillor at Suffolk County Council from May 2013 to May 2017 and a general election candidate in June 2017. And he was good friends with the leader of the UKIP party at the time. His son Stevie idolised his father, looking up to him as a good man and a great granddad to his children. However, behind closed doors, Stephen was incredibly controlling and abusive in his marriage to Anne. As police carried out their investigations to determine if there was a reported pattern of abuse within the marriage, they discovered one significant incident that was reported 20 years previously. In 1997, when the couple were in their pub, the Stag Tavern, Stephen had grabbed his shotgun and pointed it directly at Anne during an argument. He then turned his firearm to the wall and shot several times. Gunshots are very uncommon in the UK, and neighbours were immediate to call the police, who came straight away to the scene. After talking to both Anne and Stephen, they came to the conclusion that there was no serious offence that had taken place. No doubt Stephen's high standing in the community as a pub landlord and his previous service in the military helped to convince police that this was just an innocent accident. Police chose not to follow up the incident, proving to Stephen in a way that he was untouchable. Stephen saw this incident as an opportunity for him to taunt and threaten his wife. He would constantly remind her of the traumatic event and even went as far to draw a smiley face on the wall with gunshot holes for eyes.
The incident itself was horrific. The fact that he revelled in that was again another example of him reminding people of how much in control he was, the fact that he could use violence.
Police would later say that this incident helped to establish in the marriage the control that Stephen had over Anne, and that even the most traumatising of events, such as threatening her with a gun, would go unpunished.
Yes, narcissistic, very much self-centred. That came out in all of the work that we did to understand his lifestyle. It was all centred around him.
The incident led to a pattern of abuse in the marriage, most of which would go unreported by Anne. There would be some instances of Anne telling colleagues and friends that she was a victim of domestic violence, even showing bruises she had received at the hands of Stephen on some occasions. But as is often the unfortunate reality with victims of domestic abuse, Anne felt trapped in the marriage and was too scared to leave. She also had her 3 sons to protect. 10 years later, the police would be called out once again by Anne, who accused Stephen of trying to push her down the stairs. Again, nothing came from this reported incident. Anne resorted to alcohol, and it soon became known amongst friends and family that she struggled with alcoholism.
Anne was a battered wife, was a victim of domestic violence. This was a woman who over the years had shrunk and shrunk and shrunk until she was a shadow of her former self.
In addition to physical and emotional abuse from Stephen, Anne began to suspect, later in the marriage, that her husband was not being faithful. She would check his phone in an attempt to catch Stephen, and in the summer of 2017, her suspicions were confirmed when she learnt of Stephen's affair. This affair would send shockwaves through the family, not only due to the betrayal to Anne in itself, but also due to the woman who was involved. Following Stephen's retirement from the Marines in 1993, he had several jobs, including pub landlord, counsellor, and in 2005 he was working at a bowling alley alongside his older son Gary. Also working at the bowling alley was his much younger colleague, Anastasia. In her mid-20s, Anastasia had Stephen captivated, and he grew an unhealthy infatuation for her. Anastasia, however, had her eyes on Gary, Stephen's older son, and Gary and Anastasia would soon become a couple, fall in love, and have 3 children together. Despite Anastasia now being the mother of his grandchildren and his son's life partner, Stephen was determined to get Anastasia through any means possible. The police would label his fixation on Anastasia as a concerning obsession, with instances like photoshopping her face onto pornographic images.
This infatuation almost becomes an obsession for him.
Stephen first tried to seduce Anastasia through pity, inviting her to his council offices for a coffee and expressing how lonely he was and how he hadn't had a sexual relationship with his wife in years. Anastasia found these advances ridiculous and appropriately rejected him. She was loyal to her partner Gary, and she did not see her father-in-law in this way. Stephen then changed his tactic and tried to impress her with images of himself from his youth, during his bodybuilder days, and other sexual images of himself. Eventually, in April 2017, Anastasia gave in to his advances and the pair started a sexual relationship. She would later go on to say that she was in a vulnerable state due to the death of her grandmother, and she found Stephen to be persistent and manipulative. The pair would share sexual images and messages over the phone, with Stephen saving Anastasia as SGB, Steve's beautiful girlfriend. The affair would continue in secret for 2 months, with the couple meeting in secret under the pretense of Stephen helping Anastasia's son, who was in the cadet troop that he ran. Anne quickly became suspicious of Stephen's behavior, noticing his increasing absence and secrecy around his phone. After guessing his password, she was devastated to discover the series of explicit photographs and texts shared between her husband and an SGB. Anne had no idea that SGB would turn out to be part of the family. Anne bravely confronted her husband, but he went on to admit the affair was with a man. After confronting her son Stephen Jr. in tears about the affair, he would then go on to call his father, who explained he was in fact with a woman called Debbie from Newmarket.
My mum called me whilst I was at work, saying that he was having an affair with a man, which wasn't true. It actually turned out he was having an affair with another woman called Debbie from Newmarket.
This lie would all come to a shocking conclusion when the family learnt of the affair in June 2017, a truth which would shatter the family and particularly devastate Anne.
It is what it is, it happens, so this is the worst thing you can think of, for something like that to happen, and obviously it's a heavy thing to go through, to find out that sort of thing's happened in your family. Pretty shady, it's pretty heavy and dark.
The family tried to move forward after this bombshell revelation, with Gary even forgiving Anastasia for her affair with his father. Anne, however, could not forget or forgive. She described herself as being trapped in a soul-destroying marriage. She even confided in a colleague that after 40 years of marriage, the betrayal she had felt was too great, and there was no way to recover from this situation. Stephen carried on pursuing Anastasia, tracking her down even after her and Gary had changed their numbers. He carried on with his obsession, neglecting his wife of 4 decades and seemingly not caring what the affair had done to the family. Following the affair, Stephen and Anne's relationship would not recover. They would argue every night, with Anne even confiding in her daughter-in-law Victoria that Stephen had threatened to kill her. The tumultuous and volatile relationship would all come to a head in December of 2017. Anne's colleagues would describe Anne as optimistic at this time of the year. She was trying to work on her marriage and focusing on her health and well-being. She'd lost weight, gave up smoking, and had a general more optimistic attitude. Despite Anne's attempts to save her marriage, Stephen put in no such effort. He bought Anne a cheap present from Asda and even decided to throw away the Christmas dinner Anne had worked so hard to make during an argument. It is understood that there were continual arguments around this period of time, with some becoming physical. Anne had even shown bruises to her colleagues, indicating the violence she was experiencing at home. Heartbreakingly, Anne wrote on Facebook on Christmas, "Happy Christmas to you all. Hope you are all doing well. Have a good day. I hope I'll still be here in 2018. We will see." Anne undoubtedly feared for her life. However, little did she know, she would not be around to see in the new year. Just 5 days after Christmas in 2017, Stephen and Anne were home alone and had been drinking. This was typical behavior for the couple, who were described as regular drinkers. However, there was nothing regular about that night. An argument broke out as usual, but one that quickly got violent. During the argument, Stephen claims that Anne had come to him with a domestic steak knife, and in an act of self-defense, he strangled his wife to death. His wife, of over 4 decades, was callously killed at the hands of her husband. Following her death, Stephen called 999, upon which he told the police in what was described as a calm manner that he had killed his wife.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I've just killed my wife.
You just killed your wife?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bit different for you tonight, I expect. Happy New Year.
Okay, and how have you killed her?
Suffocation, really, I guess. Bit of a bizarre situation, but, never mind.
Okay, is it just the two of you in the house?
Well, just the one of us now.
Right, okay.
Yeah, well, two, yeah.
Okay, is there any other sort of issues that the officers need to be aware of when they come into the house? Is there
no, not really. I'm not violent, I'm not nothing.
Okay. Stephen, can I just get you to go and answer the door? I believe we should have some officers there. Are you able to just go and speak to them?
Okay, they're here now, are they?
They should be there.
Well, I'm on my way.
Okay.
I'm on my way as we speak.
Okay.
Hello. Oh, hello, buddies. How are you, all right? Yeah, I'm well, thank you. Yeah, okay.
It was a challenging call to hear, and I remember as a team us listening to it together and being really surprised by the content, but even more surprised by his attitude and behaviour within it.
Officers arrived at the scene of the murder whilst he was still on the phone to operators and showed them straight to the body. The arresting officers noticed Stephen had a bandage on his hand, and he told them, "She tried to get me in the stomach first, but I only had a couple nicks." He later went on to say, "What the fuck have I done?" Officers on the night described him as being hugely disrespectful, insensitive, and showing no emotion whatsoever. The fact he was able to joke on the 999 call and even saying, "Never mind," when talking about his wife's murder is truly shocking. Police have gone on to say in interviews that they have never heard such a bizarre 999 call. The question remained, was it indeed self-defense? While Stephen confessed early on to the murder and even showed police the body, he maintained his innocence by stating he was acting in self-defense. The post-mortem assessment carried out in the new year found that Stephen waited an hour before ringing 999. DCS Bridger was the officer in charge of understanding the relationship between Anne and Stephen and the rest of the complex family dynamics. He remained skeptical about the self-defense argument.
I listened to a man who had clearly been involved in a violent act, had waited best part of an hour before reporting the fact that someone had been seriously hurt, and then who, whilst having made those early disclosures, was immediately trying to backtrack from his blame within it, which was evident for all to see and obviously played out in the trial.
Pathologists concluded that Anne died of cardiac arrest after having been held in a chokehold for some time.
A chokehold is basically where you cut off somebody's method of breathing in order to subdue them. What's happening here is that you're crushing the windpipe so somebody can't breathe. That induces complete terror.
During the trial, the pathologist said she would have lost consciousness after about 8 to 15 seconds of pressure to her neck and died after further sustained pressure for a period of minutes. Jurors were also shown a knife with a 12-centimeter blade that was recovered from the couple's home. The knife was shown in court to have both their DNA on it. The trial was held in Ipswich Crown Court in July 2018, where Stephen had been charged with the murder, and the trial lasted just 6 days. The burden was on detectives to show that the murder had been intentional rather than an accident, which was the key argument from the defense. During the trial, the jury were very skeptical that Stephen had acted in self-defense. It was obvious he was a manipulative man with a history of abuse and violence. It was discovered in court that the part of the training he would have received in the Marines included how to do a chokehold. Unconsciousness would have happened quickly, so prosecutors emphasized that Stephen did not have to carry on squeezing her until she died. If it was indeed an act of self-defense, why did he continue squeezing her after she was unconscious? Why did it take him an hour to ring 999? There was no evidence that he had tried to revive Anne, training which he also would have received during his military days. After a 6-day trial, the jury came back with a guilty verdict after just 3.5 hours of deliberation. After the verdict, Stephen's son Gary said, "I just couldn't believe the man I absolutely idolized and worshipped had done something like that to me." His other son, Stephen Jr., said,
"The part that hurts me the most is I lost my mum. But the person who took my mum away was also my best friend, who was my dad. So now it's time to focus on my family and my kids and do the best I can for them."
The judge, Mr. Justice Green, reflected on the waves of pain and anguish that his actions have sent through the family.
I've broken my bones before, but that broke me. To find out that my dad actually killed my mother.
Stephen was sentenced to minimum 14 years in prison. The UK Criminal Justice Act of 2003 outlined a sentence of minimum 15 years for murder. However, mitigating factors helped reduce Stephen's sentence. These included no previous convictions, a prostate cancer diagnosis, and because Stephen had been a useful role in the Royal Marines. This meant his sentence was reduced to 14 years. During sentencing, the judge said, "By your own hand, you have brought grief and distress untold upon your family. You have deprived your children of the mother that they loved. You have deprived your grandchildren of their grandmother, and you have deprived Anne of the remaining years of her life." He added, "I think that it must go without saying that your actions have caused devastating waves of pain and anguish to crash through your entire family. No sentence that I impose can ever undo that suffering." Stephen was emotionless and did not make eye contact with anyone as he was sentenced to his minimum 14 years in prison. Following the sensational trial, the former leader of the UKIP group at Suffolk County Council caused outrage when he told a reporter at the BBC that these things happen and that Stephen Searle was fundamentally a decent man. He said these statements in an interview for BBC Radio Suffolk, saying that these things happen, they are most unfortunate and tragic, but I don't think we should pass judgment on people. This caused outrage in the community, with the anti-domestic violence charity Safe Lives saying his statements were incredibly harmful and sadly all too common. Domestic violence is such a serious threat to sadly many people. It's so outrageous that people can so easily diminish such a serious and dangerous thing, brushing it aside and pretending it's not occurring, and protecting the abusers rather than the victims. Anne Searle was trapped in a horrible marriage with such a dangerous man, and she knew that her life was in danger. Stephen Searle only thought of himself. He wanted his son's partner, Anastasia, so was going to get her no matter the consequences. He neglected his wife and did not think of the impact this affair would cause on his whole family. It's heartbreaking that Anne could not get away from Stephen, and that it had to end in this way. Stephen not only made his wife's life a misery, but took it away from her. He also took away the mother to his own children.
The suspect entered the back of the property and came through and shot her with a crossbow. She was 8 months pregnant. The police and paramedics arrived on scene and took her to hospital, where they carried out the emergency cesarean.
When 𝑾𝒉𝒐 𝑰𝒔 split from her husband Ramanodge, it was not long before she found love again. After marrying her new husband, Imtiaz Muhammad, 𝒉𝒉 would become Sana Muhammad and would have high hopes of moving on, ready to start a new life filled of love and happiness. Her ex-husband Ramanodge, however, would be filled with anger and jealousy, and he would do anything in his power to stop this from happening, quickly becoming a dangerous stalker in her life. How far would Ramanodge take it? Would he try and harm Sana and her new husband? Would he try and attack her whilst she was 8 months pregnant? Sadly, Ramanodge would do anything in his power in the hopes of destroying Sana's dreams of a happy life with her newfound love. He would resort to a harrowing crime of passion, plagued by hatred, jealousy, and deadly obsession. 𝒉𝒉 Unmathallegadoo was a 35-year-old Indian Muslim mother of 6, and she was previously known as 𝒉𝒉 Ramanodge while unmarried. She was a good mother who loved her children and husband and always cared for her family. Her second husband, Imtiaz Muhammad, described her as a loving person who was very friendly, talkative. She did not like being ignored and always made me laugh. I have never seen a mother like that. She was so loving towards her kids. A neighbour, Navneet Batar, would describe her as a very nice lady, adding, "She is my friend on this road. Her kids and my kids go to nursery together." In 1999, when 𝒉𝒉 was just 16, she became 𝒉𝒉 Unmathallegadoo after she married her husband, Ramanodge Unmathallegadoo, who was 30, almost twice her age. The couple had met on the day of their wedding, and it had been arranged by their families in Mauritius. In the UK, Ramanodge was a former General Hospital site manager at Newham, and the couple went on to have 3 children together. The large age gap between 𝒉𝒉 and Ramanodge created an obvious power imbalance in their relationship. Speaking on her marriage to Ramanodge, a neighbour would say, "She clearly wasn't happy with her life. She married too young with a big age gap." 𝒉𝒉 and Ramanodge Unmathallegadoo's marriage was not always the sweetest. In fact, it was very rocky, and in 2011, Ramanodge became very controlling. These controlling acts caused the couple to experience multiple marital issues, leading to disagreements and violent incidences from Ramanodge. During this difficult period, the couple met a builder from Pakistan called Imtiaz Muhammad. Imtiaz was working on an extension of a neighbour's house in the area, and they quickly became friends. Imtiaz acted as an intermediary between the couple. Anytime 𝒉𝒉 and Ramanodge had marital issues, Ramanodge would seek advice from Imtiaz. Unknown to him, however, Imtiaz and his wife had started a romantic relationship. In 2012, 𝒉𝒉 and Ramanodge separated following an incident at their home that had made 𝒉𝒉 jump out of a first-floor window and break her ankle. In her statement, she said Ramanodge had attempted to strangle her, but he had only pulled away when their children intervened. He was also said to have sharpened a knife while staring dangerously at her multiple times. Ramanodge was arrested based on these charges. However, in 2013, during the trial, the court acquitted him from the charges of attacking her and on the charges of attempted strangulation under the Offences Against the Person Act of 1861. With the constant violent attacks, arguments, and the incident in 2012, the couple separated and 𝒉𝒉 filed for divorce. 𝒉𝒉 also filed an emergency non-molestation restraining order which barred Ramanodge from being within 100 meters of the family home. Meanwhile, the love between 𝒉𝒉 and Imtiaz festered on. 𝒉𝒉 and Ramanodge finalized their divorce proceedings in 2014. That same year, 𝒉𝒉 Unmathallegadoo became Sana Muhammad after marrying her new partner of 3 years, Imtiaz Muhammad, in a traditional Islamic ceremony. She was so in love with Imtiaz that she agreed to convert her Hindu faith to Islam to marry Imtiaz. Sana and Imtiaz Muhammad lived happily together for 4 years in their home at Ilford, a house which Ramanodge and 𝑾𝒉𝒐, now Sana Muhammad, jointly owned. Sana and Imtiaz had 2 children together, and she then became pregnant with their third. Life was going well, and Sana and Imtiaz were living a happy family life. Ramanodge, on the other hand, felt like a failure. He had lost his job as the site manager at Newham General Hospital. He had also lost his wife and children to someone he once regarded as a friend. This was the beginning of his hatred towards the new couple. Ramanodge became jealous, angry, and vindictive. He hated Imtiaz Muhammad for stealing his wife, and he hated Sana for leaving him for Imtiaz. The couple's happiness made him jealous, and he wanted revenge against them. Ramanodge was said to be a vengeful man. Sana had told her new husband Imtiaz that Ramanodge never forgets or forgives. He was described as the kind of man that would harm a person who had wronged him if he got the chance. Luckily, Ramanodge disappeared from the couple's lives for a few years, but behind the scenes, he was planning something unforgivable. In 2015, Ramanodge started plotting ways to seek revenge on the couple. He would stalk their home in East London, inquire about their activities, and try to stock up on weapons he could use for his plans. In 2017, he would be seen at his children's school gates trying to talk to them. Sana became worried. She was concerned about her safety. She would report her concerns to the police, but they were dismissed as there was no concrete crime being committed. Nevertheless, Sana's worries and concerns, however, were completely justified. It would later be revealed that Ramanodge had had an ulterior motive for seeing his children, and in 2018, he finally saw the opportunity to carry out his revenge-fueled plan on Sana and Imtiaz Muhammad. At 6 a.m. on the 12th of November 2018, at the family home in Applegarth Drive in East London, 8-month pregnant Sana Muhammad had woken up early to start cooking for the guests they were expecting for lunch. At 7:30 a.m, she was done cooking and had started washing the dishes in the kitchen, while her husband Imtiaz went to the garden shed behind the house to put away the empty 51-inch cardboard TV box they had just bought. As Imtiaz entered the garden shed and placed the box on the left, he noticed someone was inside the shed. At first he thought it might be one of their children, but on closer inspection, he discovered it was none other than Ramanodge, his wife's ex-husband. He was armed with 2 crossbows, grinning wickedly and staring coldly at Imtiaz. Ramanodge had been camping out in the garden shed of his ex-wife's house, waiting for the final moments to carry out his evil plot. His evil plan had been to tie up his ex-wife and her husband and to then kill them both, as well as their unborn baby. He had bought 2 crossbows, duct tape, cable ties, bolts, a knife, and a hammer to carry out his actions. Ramanodge had watched the house for a month and knew of the family's activities. With Imtiaz walking into the shed that fateful morning, it had given Ramanodge the perfect opportunity to finally implement his plan. After seeing Ramanodge armed and standing there with the crossbows, Imtiaz immediately ran back into the house, screaming, "Run!" Ramanodge chased him with 2 crossbows and a knife. On hearing the warning screams of her husband, Sana attempted to run upstairs. However, she was stopped halfway up the stairs when an 18-inch bolt pierced her abdomen. Her 2 eldest children immediately rushed towards their father, Ramanodge, who was trying to get the second crossbow to shoot Imtiaz, and luckily they quickly managed to disarm him. Immediately, the police and the emergency services were called and the crime was reported, and Ramanodge was arrested. An ambulance arrived shortly after the call, and Sana was rushed to the Royal London Hospital, where medical practitioners instantly attended to her. Would Sana and her baby survive the attack? Her family would hope and pray she would survive. They would await for the news from the doctors whilst the police arrested Ramanodge. Following the report, the police immediately came to the Mohammed residence in East London. Ramanodge Unmathallegadoo was immediately arrested for the attempted murder of Sana Mohammed.
Hand behind your back now. Hand behind your back now.
Suspects outside.
Over there. Stay there.
Yeah, control.
Stay there for now, please. Until we establish what's going on, we got intelligence that someone's been shot in this address.
During his arrest, he told the police he was not trying to shoot her, but was shooting 𝒉𝒂𝒄, her husband.
Right, you're under arrest, okay, for the offence of attempted murder. Right, my grounds for your arrest is obviously because you've told myself that you've come round here for your wife's current partner, and there's an affair involved. She's got in the way where you've admitted on my body-worn video that you fired and shot her, okay?
No, I don't shoot her, I was shooting 𝒉𝒂𝒄.
Yeah, but she's got in the way, I understand that, but you've told me that on my body-worn, alright?
20 minutes after Sana was rushed to the hospital, her husband 𝒉𝒂𝒄 was told by a policeman that his wife, heartbreakingly, had not survived the attack and had died from internal injuries from the shot to her abdomen. The 18-inch bolt had pierced her hip, going up through her stomach and impaling vital organs, including her liver and heart. Ramanodge was immediately charged with the murder of his ex-wife, Sana Mohammed. On the 8th of April 2019, at the Old Bailey Court in London, Ramanodge was charged with the murder of his ex-wife, Sana Mohammed, and the attempted murder of her baby. The jury would be told of the incident that occurred on the 12th of November 2018 that led to the death of Sana Mohammed and how the bolt had miraculously missed her baby. The bolt that pierced Sana's body was said to have missed her son by millimeters. The baby somehow survived despite not breathing when delivered by emergency C-section. During this trial, however, a juror would raise the issue of psychiatric illness, and the case would be adjourned to the 22nd of November, where a retrial would be held, after it had been established that Ramanodge was of sound mind at the time of the attack. On the 22nd of November, at the Old Bailey Court in London, prosecutor Peter Wright had told the jurors how Ramanodge's plan had been deliberate. He also told the jurors how Ramanodge had not reacted well to his ex-wife's marriage to 𝒉𝒂𝒄 Mohammed and had allegedly spent years plotting his revenge. Prosecutor Wright had said the disintegration of his marriage led to a deeply held desire for a most violent revenge. The jurors would be told how he had plans to restrain his ex-wife and her partner and kill them and their unborn child. But he was disturbed when 𝒉𝒂𝒄 went to the shed that morning. They would further learn that Ramanodge had spent almost £2,000 stashing weapons dating back from April 2015 until the day of the attack. He had bought 2 crossbows online, each costing around £250. A neighbour had also found 2 weapons stashed at an electrical substation near Sana's home in March 2018, and after they were removed, Ramanodge set about to replace them. A month before the incident, Ramanodge had asked his daughter if 𝒉𝒂𝒄 and Sana often locked the garden shed. It was said by the prosecution that he had been surveilling the property for almost a month. Prosecutor Richard Horwell would say that Ramanodge planned the murder for over 3 years, while his hatred grew and festered. It was a cold-blooded execution by a man who had a resolute desire for revenge and who had been consumed by hatred for a former wife who had left him for another man. Ramanodge would plead not guilty to the murder of his ex-wife and attempted murder of her baby. In his defense, he would say the shooting was an accident. He claimed that he had only wanted to confront 𝒉𝒂𝒄 Mohammed for allegedly forcing his 12-year-old daughter, who lived with the couple at their Ilford home, to live as a Muslim. He said, "I only wanted to confront 𝒉𝒂𝒄 over the treatment my daughter was going through. He would force her to pray in the Islamic faith, and she didn't want to. She was forced to eat halal food, and she was forced to wear non-European clothes." He had also claimed that 𝒉𝒂𝒄 had prevented his daughter from celebrating Halloween or Christmas, and that he had seized a mobile phone he had given her. The court would learn that Ramanodge was barred from being in close contact with his children and ex-wife by a restraining order that she had filed after their separation. However, he claimed to have spoken to his daughter on her way to school, and he had said, "I could sense her saying, 'Daddy, help.' You could see it in her face and in her eyes." Recalling the incident at the residence, Ramanodge said, "I wanted to confront Mr. Mohammed. I wanted to talk to him, but he just ran without stopping." He claimed he took the crossbows with him only as a deterrent, claiming he did this because "I didn't want to be intimidated physically by 𝒉𝒍𝒍 because he was a big man." He told the court he dropped one of the weapons in the kitchen because he could only aim one at a time. Ramanodge had said he had been looking for the safety catch when he accidentally fired the crossbow. He told the jury he wanted the safety catch off so he could fire it. He would claim he plans to shoot into the banister rail to make a loud noise and scare the couple. Ramanodge said, "Devi and 𝒉𝒍𝒍 were on the stairs. I just wanted them to stop. I thought if I hit the banister, they would hear the noise and stop. While I was checking the safety catch, the next thing I know, there was a bang. When the crossbow had been discharged, I felt defenseless, so the next thing I did was go back into the kitchen and get the other one." He also claimed he realized Sana was hurt when he heard one of the children on the phone to emergency services. Ramanodge had also denied stashing weapons to harm his ex-wife and her husband, claiming that he had bought them to take to Mauritius so he could go hunting with his brother. The trial was then adjourned to next week for a sentence to be given. Ramanodge, however, remained in custody. On the 29th of November 2019, the retrial for the murder of Sana Mohammed and the attempted murder of her baby continued. A lady from the Crown Prosecution Service, Susan Crickler, described the killing as a cold-blooded and calculated execution. She had said, "This devastating attack has left 6 children without their mother. I hope today's conviction provides some comfort to those who loved and cared for Devi." After 4 hours of deliberation, Ramanodge was found guilty and was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum jail term of 33 years. The trial judge was appalled by the crime and said to Ramanodge that he had committed the most horrendous crime in the face of his own children. Sana's family and friends were happy with the sentencing. They were grateful that she had gotten some justice for the crime against her and were relieved that Ramanodge would not be released from prison for at least 33 years. They were, however, so saddened by her death, especially her husband, 𝒉𝒍𝒍 Mohammed, who was broken and mourned his dear wife. Their third son, Ibrahim Mohammed, had miraculously survived the attack and was delivered prematurely through caesarean surgery. 𝒉𝒍𝒍 regretted how he had handled the incident in which he had lost his wife. He would blame himself for her death, wishing he had been more protective of her during the incident and had faced her violent ex instead of running away. He had spoken to a reporter, saying, "I can't help thinking she took my arrow. Maybe it should have hit me. The kids were all there. It was horrific. If I only closed the door behind me, then she would have been saved. Or if I just spoke to Ram, maybe she would have been saved. My mind, my brain, didn't work that time. That's the regret I'm living with. That's why I went into depression afterwards. It's the biggest regret of my life. She was my soulmate. She was everything to me. She was my companion. She was my friend. Life was so lovely." Devi's mother, Elimar, had said the death for her only daughter had a profound impact on her. It made her feel more alone with no reason to live. She was overwhelmed with sadness, pain, and shock, knowing her daughter's killer was the man she had arranged for her to marry. "I always treated Ramanodge as my own son. I always thought of him and his well-being after the separation. It brings me so much pain to know that he could be capable of something so hateful and so calculated. I cannot forgive him. It's just so heartbreaking to know that Sana Mohammed was brutally murdered by someone she had once shared her life with. She had died in the cold hands of her ex-husband and father of her children. Even in her pregnant condition, Ramanodge showed no mercy, ending the life of the woman he had claimed to love. Sana just wanted to carry on and start a new happy and love-filled life with her new partner, but Ramanodge took that dream away from her. Maybe Sana would be alive today if the police had taken her claims and fears against him seriously. As always, my heart goes out to Sana and to each and every person who has been impacted by this truly evil crime.
A man will be sentenced today for killing his ex-girlfriend on Valentine's Day. It all happened back in 2009.
James Carter could get up to 65 years in prison for murder later today, but just as important as making sure he never hurts anybody again is the fact that this case actually helped strengthen state laws to try to prevent anybody else from doing what he did.
In 2009, on Valentine's Day, Tiana Notice's life was brutally taken away from her by her ex-boyfriend James Carter. In the months leading up to her murder, Tiana went to the police station over 33 times to report multiple violations of the restraining order she had against him, only to be sent away and told by the officers it was a long weekend and they were short-staffed. When James Carter left a handwritten letter on her door, she went directly to the police with the evidence she needed that he had been close to her home and to ask for some protection. They finally took some interest in her claims and told her they would look into it, but the police did not arrest him. Instead, they called him and asked him for a sample of his handwriting. Having been tipped off by the police, an angry James Carter got a knife, went to her apartment, and lay in wait until she returned home. This is the tragic story of Tiana Notice's death and how her murder could have been prevented. Tiana Angelique Notice was born on February 4th, 1984, to her parents Alvin Notice and Kathy Lewis in Connecticut. Tiana had 3 brothers, Tyrone, Tyrell, and Christian, and she was very much loved by her whole family. She was a very artistic child who had a love for music. She was always spending her time in choirs and singing groups, and she loved to write her own songs and poetry. Growing up, she was known for being someone with a smile that would light up a room. Tiana was incredibly bright and ended up doing her first year of college at the same time she was completing her last year in high school. She graduated from the University of Hartford with a degree in political science, and she was just starting her master's degree in Plainville, Connecticut. Her mother Kathy said Tiana loved to argue, so she always encouraged her to be a lawyer so that she could debate with people for a living. According to her family, the most important things in her life were God, family, and friends. In 2007, Tiana met a man called James Carter II online. She had just come out of a 5-year relationship with her old college sweetheart, so she was not looking for anything too serious. She agreed to meet James for a date, however, and they met out in a public place. Her mother, Kathy Lewis, said, "I don't know what she saw in him because I never met him in person. I only saw photos of him and I immediately disliked him. You may want to call it mother's intuition." At first, James appeared calm and level-headed. He told Tiana that he owned his own home and was an executive at an insurance company and didn't have kids but wanted them at some point. James also gave Tiana a phone that was on his plan, and he bought her tires for her car. At the time, Tiana believed his lies, and she thought he was just a great partner that was being nice to her. 6 months into their relationship, however, the red flags began to show. James was sentenced to 5 months in prison for the domestic abuse case of a previous girlfriend, and Tiana learned he had a rap sheet for numerous other violent crimes, including assault. After his release from prison in early 2008, the relationship started to crumble even more, and Tiana suspected that James was cheating on her. She thought it was best to end her relationship with him and to move on. Immediately after Tiana broke up with James, she started being harassed by him, and he wouldn't leave her alone. Kathy Lewis, Tiana's mother, said he started stalking her, showing up wherever she was, whether out with her friends, she was out grocery shopping, at work. Tiana knew James had a history of abuse, so out of concern she went to the police and filed a restraining order against him. In January 2009, James went to the Plainville police to also file a restraining order against Tiana because he was so furious that she had taken one out against him. James claimed that Tiana had assaulted him and that she had kicked his headlights, and punched him in the face. And so, the police filed the report, despite James not having any injuries. On January 13th, 2009, Tiana went back to the police and said she had been receiving some harassing emails and believed they were from James. The police told her that unless she had proof it was him, they couldn't do anything. Tiana then began receiving more emails from a woman named Jessica Banderas, as well as from James directly. The woman in the emails claimed to be an ex-girlfriend of James, and the emails she sent were very nasty and threatening towards Tiana. Some of the emails from James said, "Trust me, baby girl, you are going to lose everything. As God is my witness, punishment is on the way, so be prepared. You will have bad luck, you hear me? Remember this email when karma bites you in the arse." These emails, however, did provide her with the proof she needed, and so she printed them out and went to the Plainville Police Department to report James for violating the restraining order. The police, however, just told her that the emails were non-threatening. James continued harassing Tiana with phone calls, texts, and emails, and she kept returning to the police station to report him to no avail. Tiana's mother said, "I didn't know why they didn't take my daughter seriously. She went and visited the police station 33 times in 6 weeks." Tiana's mother further said that James was stalking Tiana by sitting outside her apartment building in his car and following her when she went places. Frustratingly, the police still did not take action against James. Tiana felt completely helpless and that no one was taking her seriously. Kathy said that one day she received a call from her daughter who was crying hysterically. Tiana had told her, "Mum, you won't believe these people. They treated me like dirt. They didn't believe anything I told them. They thought I was lying, and one officer accused me of having a fake restraining order." Kathy then spoke with the sergeant directly, who told her that nothing was going to happen to her daughter. She then responded to him, "Look, I don't want my daughter to become a statistic, and I'm telling you now, if anything happens to my daughter, you better move to another planet." In early February 2009, even though things were looking up for Tiana, who had decided to give her old relationship another chance, and it was going well to the point where they were discussing marriage, things would take a turn for the worst. Tiana found her car vandalized outside of her apartment. All 4 tires had been slashed. Once again, Tiana went to the police to report the incident, but was told there was no way they could prove it was James. Tiana told this to her father, Alvin, and they came up with a plan of how to get evidence. They put up a security system outside her house, so if James came near to it, they could prove he had violated the restraining order. Tiana was so afraid for her life at this point that her and her father spent 4 hours together role-playing scenarios where someone was attacking her and how she could defend herself and where she could run to if it were to happen. On the 13th of February 2009, Tiana was at work when she received a number of calls from James. This time she had a witness, her co-worker. She called the police, but they told her she had to call the local police in the town that she worked in. She went into the station after work, and the police told her they had a hard time believing that the restraining order was real. They told her to have the Plainville police fax over a copy of the order. When she returned home that night, around 7:20 p.m., she found a handwritten note from James begging her to take him back. Tiana thought she had all the proof she needed to finally get the police to arrest James. The note said, "Tiana, forgive me. I never cheated on you. If I'm lying, may God take my life. Forgive me for everything else I have done." Unfortunately, it would turn out that the tape had run out in the security system outside her house, so there was no physical footage. She did, however, have the handwritten letter, so on the 14th of February 2009, she took it directly to the police station. To Tiana's relief, the Plainville police agreed to do a handwriting analysis on the note. Tiana and her family were very close to celebrating because they were confident that perhaps they could have him arrested, and her father told her not to go anywhere near her home until this was done. Shockingly, the Plainville police would then directly call James to ask him to come in and give a handwriting sample. Later that day, Tiana went home thinking she'd be safe. She just needed to get a few things from her house before going to spend the weekend at her mum's. Having been tipped off by the police that Tiana had gone to them with the note, James was angry and was waiting for her at her building. As Tiana got to her front door, James stepped out of the shadows and pulled out a knife. He stabbed her about 20 times, twice directly in the heart. and then he proceeded to drive away. Incredibly, Tiana found the strength to call 911, and at 9:41 p.m. she told them,
I'm bleeding to death.
Where are you?
140 Wendi Street on the balcony.
140, stay on the phone with me.
My ex-boyfriend just stabbed me to death.
Read this.
My ex-boyfriend.
140 Wendi.
During the 911 call, Tiana was heard fading fast, and she lost consciousness. One of her neighbors heard her screams, and they saw James's car driving away. Tiana was rushed to the hospital, and heartbreakingly she died just 10 days after her 25th birthday. Kathy Lewis said, "The team of doctors came in and they told me we did everything we could. We even did hand massage on her heart, but she lost too much blood and we couldn't revive her." Her father Alvin said, "So I went and identified her. She's on the table. I looked at her. There were stab wounds everywhere, and the first thing comes to mind. Who did it? Didn't have to think too long. I know who did it." Early the next morning, James Carter II was arrested and charged on suspicion of Tiana Notice's murder. In the weeks before she was killed, Tiana had filed over 30 complaints to the police, and nothing had been done. In October 2011, James's trial began. There was a mountain of evidence against him. He was seen on the surveillance camera that Tiana's dad had installed. Tiana had identified her killer, and James's brother and his girlfriend testified that James confessed to stabbing Tiana that night. James Carter was found guilty and sentenced to 60 years in prison without the possibility of parole.
60 years is not enough, but I understand it's the law. But to me, 60 years is not enough.
In court, her father read a poem written by Tiana called Chapter Closed, which was about her leaving James. In the poem, she wrote about being released from his abuse, anger, temper, torture, control, and jealousy. In the years since Tiana's death, her father Alvin has made authorities in Connecticut and other states take the deadly dangers of domestic violence seriously. Alvin was determined to fix the broken system which had failed his daughter. He wanted to do this so no one else's child would be murdered like his beloved daughter. I really wanted to get to the bottom of it. Looking at the face value of what was going on, I realized that there was a system failure. More action from the police, more action from legislators, more action from the courts. Both her parents, Alvin and Kathy, formed the Tiana Angelique Notice Foundation with the help of Connecticut State Senator May Flexer and Karen Jarmuck, a former state legislator and now head of the Connecticut Coalition Against Domestic Violence. And through all of this, laws have been toughened to prevent domestic violence murders. We started a pilot program for GPS monitoring, which was largely connected to Tiana's tragic murder. The GPS monitoring is put in place when the judicial system determines that an abuser is very high risk. They look at particularly the issue of lethality and trying to assess whether or not the abuser exhibits the traits that often lead to a murder. So through that system, the victim is alerted when the offender is walking within a certain distance of their home, of their workplace, of their family members' homes. Alvin, Tiana's father, had said, if James had had a GPS on his person, Tiana would have known he was by her house and she might still be alive. Following her murder, Tiana's estate filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the officers who handled the complaints against James Carter II. A jury agreed with the family, awarding them a $10 million settlement after both police departments were found negligent in this case. The murder of Tiana Notice could have been prevented. She was felled by so many people. How could two police departments not care that she was being stalked and that she was scared for her life? That she had come and spoken to them on over 30 different visits? They didn't take her claims against James Carter seriously, even though he had a record for domestic abuse. Honestly, this case makes me so angry. But the work that her parents, Alvin and Kathy, are doing in order to make changes in the laws and highlighting the dangers of domestic violence is probably saving hundreds of lives. When Carol Jarvis, a loving mother of 4, disappeared, her concerned children questioned their father Harry about her whereabouts. After telling his children that she was in Dundee and would be back very soon, they immediately knew that he was lying and hiding something. They reported Carol missing to the police, and after getting a search warrant to gain access to the family home, the police made a disturbing discovery, decomposing under the floorboards of the house. They had found Carol, their mother, but now their father Harry was missing and on the run. Was he responsible for their mother's death? How had Carol died? Had it been an accident, or had it been cold-blooded murder? In 1977, 29-year-old bus driver Harry Jarvis met Carol when she was just 15. At the time, her parents did not approve of the relationship due to their 14-year age difference, but Harry had his eyes set on her, and before long they became a couple. Despite the misgivings of Carol's family, the couple moved to Scotland and got married in 1982, and they very quickly started a family. In very quick succession, Carol and Harry had 4 children together. In the next few years, they returned south, where Harry got work as an electrical engineer and then a London bus driver. After falling out with his wider family, Harry decided to return his family back to Scotland, and in 1991, they eventually settled in Bathgate. They moved to a house on Balbardy Crescent, and Carol fully embraced her new life.
Mum used to always like it. They used to go on holidays there. She always had a special fancy for Scotland and specifically Bathgate for some reason.
She became a Brownie leader and continued her role as a loving and devoted mother and wife. Her son Kevin said, "Mum was one of those people. She might not have always been around, but you knew she was always there. Family was the biggest element for Mum, and we knew that she would be there for us. She was what you expect a proper mum to be. If I needed someone to lean on, Mum would be that person." Carol was described as a perfect mother to her children. They absolutely adored her, and she was so present in their lives. Their father, however, was rarely there, as he was often on his bus routes for work and away for days at a time. Harry Jarvis was also known to be a heavy drinker and often got into trouble with the law due to theft and fraud. Harry was a very manipulative man, and although he had worked in the past as an engineer and a London bus driver, he spent his time in Bathgate sponging off Carol's benefits payments and scrounging cash for booze and cigarettes from his children.
Jarvis had already been convicted of embezzlement, fraud and theft in England, and he was what I suppose you would call a professional con man, a con artist. And as a result of that, that con would have overspilled into his marriage. He lived the lie 100% of the time.
Not only was Carol the best mother to her children, but she was an absolutely devoted wife to her husband. She trusted and loved Harry completely, but behind closed doors, he was being unfaithful to his wife.
They were both happy. Carol was happy. The children were happy. Everything's rolling along, perfect family. But you know, what looks perfect rarely is.
He often vanished from home for days at a time to see his girlfriends, and only returned when he needed Carol to give him money for alcohol. In the year 2000, at just 38 years old, Carol was struck with a degenerative muscle condition which left her in a wheelchair. She suffered muscle pains which sometimes left her bedridden, and doctors had begun to suspect she had epilepsy. She was no longer able to look after her family like she had once done, and this was a very difficult time for her. Harry, however, gave up his work to become Carol's full-time carer and to help pick up the jobs around the house that Carol was now unable to do. In Carol's eyes, Harry became the saviour and the committed husband she wanted him to be, but this was far from the truth. The family started to have financial issues, and they relied heavily on Carol's benefits. With Carol now bedridden, Harry became free to do exactly what he wanted. He was often on the internet looking for sexual partners, and in May of 2008, he met Rita Hayster, a mother of 3. Rita Hayster was a Just Roll pastry heiress who had inherited a £2.5 million fortune from her family. The reality, however, was that at the time that Harry met Rita, she had spent her fortune and was now broke and homeless. Unknown to this, Harry saw Rita as his meal ticket out of his financial issues, and he decided to keep Rita close to him. Their relationship developed very quickly, and Rita believed she was in love with Harry, and she was desperate to be with him. In the summer of 2009, Harry Jarvis turned up at his neighbour's door at 1 a.m. and asked him to take Rita in. He told the neighbour, David, that he was in an awkward situation with his wife. David said, "It was his girlfriend and I was shocked. I wasn't allowing anyone I didn't know to stay in my property." Undeterred, Harry then decided to move Rita into the tiny shed in his own garden at the family home in Balbardy Crescent. The shed was just big enough to put a mattress on the floor and was just feet away from where his wife Carol was sleeping in the house. Rita's only other comforts were a pillow, a bowl, a toilet roll, and a duvet. Harry tried to keep Rita's presence a secret, but his daughter Kimberly worked out that somebody was living in the shed. Carol also knew that Rita was there, but Carol loved her husband and always forgave him after he cheated on her. In her eyes, she saw that Harry had given up work to look after her, and that he was the hero. Manipulative Harry believed he was onto something, and the only thing that stood between him and Rita's supposed fortune was his wife Carol, so he decided he had to act and find a way to get rid of her. As Carol's carer, Harry had access to all of Carol's medication, and he was in control of how it was administered to her. During this time, Harry was giving Carol an excessive amount of sleeping tablets, and her family saw her health quickly deteriorate. Carol's children became suspicious of how her health kept fluctuating. When their father was home, she seemed increasingly unwell, and when he went away, she seemed to recover.
When Dad had sort of maybe went away again on one of his vanishing episodes, and then we used to sort of give Mum a medication, she seemed to be like perking up a lot more, waking up and asking where Dad is and almost trying to find him. And I remember she used to just go back to then like sort of getting up out of bed and looking for him, if you like, and not so much a miraculous recovery, like sort of the alarm bell started ringing. But even as young adults, how do you question your dad, if you like, in terms of, right, Dad, what's happening? She's fine one minute and then not the next.
It was also around this point that he started to make his plans clear to Rita. He started sending her notes, revealing that he was looking to move Rita into the home once Carol was dead. One letter read, "Drugs are doing job, just took longer than I thought, but going fast now. See you in paradise soon." Another said, "I love you and I will not let you down. You will always be my girl." Harry called Rita Princess Margarita, and in another letter he wrote, "Two hearts separated by a couple of feet. Carol is dying as I write. Then we have the house to ourselves and sell all in it to move on. Dangerous times, but we will get there." It was clear by this point through the letters that Harry was actively poisoning his wife, and he had every intention of killing her. Rita was so besotted and in love with Harry that she went along with it all. In notes back to him she replied, "I really can't take another minute. I am so in love with you and want to be with you. I so need you to hold me." But of course, Harry was more interested in Rita's money. He even bragged to someone in the pub that he was going to bleed her dry. On Friday the 11th of September 2009, Graham Jarvis bumped into his father Harry in town and was struck by his awkward demeanour when he asked how his mother was. A few days later, Kevin Jarvis, another one of the children, called his brother Graham to say that their father had been acting strange and wouldn't let him into the house when he was there. Their father Harry started coming up with bizarre and strange reasons to explain his awkward demeanour. They started asking where their mother was, and Harry kept telling them stories about how she had taken a trip to Dundee or gone to the hospital to be cared for. Between the 11th and the 18th of September, Harry told a succession of lies to try and cover up Carol's disappearance. He claimed she was visiting her GP or that she was asleep. Once he even claimed that some of her carers had taken her away for a couple of days. The children didn't believe their father's account. I didn't believe it. I was skeptical. I asked him questions and tried to fathom out what was going on. At one point, Harry even lost his temper and snapped at one of his sons, Kevin, saying, "Who do you think you are, Columbo?" On the 14th of September 2009, frantic with worry, Kevin got together with his other siblings, Susan, Graham and Kimberly, and they went to confront their father once again.
It was like a hostile atmosphere. He was clearly trying to defend himself, and there was no way to go, if you like. And Dad was sort of still pleading that Mum was away up in Dundee looking for a house and everything like that.
He still didn't give them a solid response, and so Kevin managed to sneak into the house to take a closer look around. To his horror, there was no sign of their mother Carol, so the children immediately decided to call the police and to report her missing. When officers arrived at the house, they found Rita hiding under one of the beds. Harry and Rita bizarrely tried to claim that Rita was Carol, but one of the officers had previously met the real Carol, so knew that this was a lie. Harry Jarvis then changed his story and claimed his wife was staying in Dundee and that he was going to pick her up the next day. The police proceeded to give him 24 hours to produce her, but instead, he fled with Rita to Perth, where they stayed in a bed and breakfast. Police then managed to get a search warrant for the house, and to their horror, they found Carol's body under the floorboards. The space was so small, and Carol's body was found bound with parcel tape and wrapped in a duvet cover. She had been squeezed through a tiny hole and put into the corner of the small space. The space was also filled with a pile of rubbish and old furniture. It was clear that the state she was found in showed the lack of respect towards her. Once Carol's body was found, a murder investigation was immediately launched. Sadly, Carol's body was too badly decomposed for experts to find an exact cause of death. It was not clear if she had been poisoned or smothered to death, but they did have suspects, Rita Hayster and Harry Jarvis. With the prime suspects missing, a manhunt was launched. Police were able to pinpoint their location to the bed and breakfast in Perth, as the couple had left the property without paying their bill. Harry and Rita were found shortly afterwards at a bus station, where they were picked up by the police and taken into custody, separated and then interviewed. Harry Jarvis claimed that Carol had suffered a fatal fit during a kinky sex game where she had supposedly asked him to choke her. Harry had then placed her body under the floorboards because he couldn't bear to be without her.
His whole explanation for the death of Carol is they were involved in a kinky sex game, that Carol had particular likes and dislikes, and that one of the things that she asked him to do was to choke her in the course of sex with a rubber, I think a red rubber implement.
This insensitive claim just showed his lack of respect towards her. He knew this lie would hurt their children and show Carol in a very degrading way. Investigators did not believe these claims, however, but they thought that this may show Carol's true cause of death. They believed that Carol had indeed been strangled by Harry because he was making up a plausible story of why she would have marks on her neck, just in case they came up in the forensic post-mortem. Harry Jarvis pretended to play the role of a loving husband, saying that he treated Carol with nothing but love and respect. He said that once she had died, he had placed her lovingly beneath the floorboards, and that he would occasionally go down and lie beside her and spend time with her because he found it difficult to be without her. Investigators knew that Harry was a huge manipulator and would say anything in order to get himself out of trouble. In the other room, Rita Hayster was questioned, and her side of the story was completely different. She claimed that she and Harry were romantically involved, and he was always planning to leave his wife. She said that when they ran away to start up a new life, she had no idea that Carol was dead. Despite both of their very different stories, police knew that they were both involved in her death. However, they were facing the issue that there was very little forensic evidence. There was a real worry that there was not even enough evidence to take the case to court.
What we did know that she was dead. What we did know she was under the floorboards. What we did know she was trussed up in a blanket and duct tape. What we did know was that her husband had told lies about where she had been when the children inquired of him.
Both Harry and Rita denied murder, so it was up to police and prosecutors to build a case and to prove that they had left Carol's decomposing body under the floorboards of the house. For legal reasons, they decided to try Rita and Harry separately, and the media were banned from reporting Harry's conviction until Rita's trial. During Harry's trial, he tried to change his story multiple times, going from one ridiculous story to another. Due to the lack of physical evidence and eyewitnesses, it was very difficult for them to build a compelling argument. The one thing, however, that really helped with the investigation was the letters that Harry had written to Rita. These letters indicated that he was drugging Carol and planning to kill her. They suggested that Carol's death was imminent, and they helped build a very dramatic picture that was presented to the jury. It helped show that this was not an unfortunate death which had resulted in panicked decisions made by individuals close to the deceased, and rather that this was in fact cold-blooded murder. On the 30th of March 2011, the jury returned a guilty verdict, and Harry Jarvis received a life sentence with a minimum tariff of 15 years. Rita was next to face trial, and she ended up being acquitted to the charge of murder as there was insufficient evidence to link her to Carol's death. Rita, however, was found guilty of attempting to defeat the ends of justice by helping Harry hide his wife Carol's corpse. She had initially denied having any contact with Carol Jarvis whatsoever. However, they had some forensic evidence that linked Rita to the parcel tape which had been wrapped around Carol's body. Rita Hayster was sentenced to 4 years and 6 months in prison, and as of today, she has now been released.
I think Rita was a victim of Jarvis. What she did was awful. She shouldn't have done it. But if she'd never met him, she'd have never got into trouble. He was always going to be in trouble. Whatever he did, he didn't need somebody else. So from that perspective, he wrecked her life.
In 2015, the pair planned to marry behind bars, but just a month later, Rita called off the wedding. 2 years later, in 2017, after having served 6 years of his sentence, Harry Jarvis died of heart failure at age 67 at Addywell Prison.
He shouldn't have done what he done, so it's a difficult one in terms of how you feel for him.
This is such a sad case, and Harry's selfish ways ruined so many lives. Harry Jarvis thought there was something to gain by killing Carol and marrying Rita. Money was the motivating factor here, but ironically, Rita had none. Harry selfishly took the life of his loving wife and robbed their 4 children of their mother, all because he thought this would fix his financial issues. Carol was sick and vulnerable, and Harry took advantage of his wife's love and devotion towards him. She still loved and cared for him, even though the devious drunk had been cheating on her for years. She even tolerated and put up with Harry's infidelity. Their son Kevin said, "They say love is blind. Mum was really in love with Dad, so she would always look for the best in him, that she would have tolerated the fact he spoke to Rita and other women as long as there was a point at which it stopped." Sadly though, greed drove him to kill his helpless wife and dump her body amongst piles of rubbish in a hole under their floorboards. My heart goes out to their 4 children who tragically lost their mother in such a cruel and brutal way.
There's a lady in the car next to me in shop.
Is she alive?
I don't know.
Okay.
That's everywhere. Cheryl, who's her name is? Hang on. Cheryl? Cheryl? Cheryl, can you hear me?
On the evening of the 26th of January 2018, Georgia Hooper, aged just 14, was sitting in the car just inches away from her mother, Cheryl Hooper. Suddenly, a familiar, ominous presence filled with jealousy and rage appeared out of nowhere and shot Cheryl twice through the windscreen at point blank with a double-barreled shotgun.
He shot her in the head!
Where? Which house in, Andy? This one here? Folks, they're doing CPR at the moment on her, so let the ambulance crew do what they need to do. Is that your mum?
Yeah.
Right, we don't know yet. We'll let the ambulance crew do what they need to do, all right? They're going to be doing. What did you see? What happened? Did you see anything? Come and sit down. What's your name? Come and sit down. What did you see?
My mom's dead.
With her daughter being the prime witness and there during the gruesome attack, they knew exactly who had murdered Cheryl Hooper. But why had he done it? Cheryl Gabriel Hooper was born to Anthony and Rita Gabriel in 1967. When she was 37 years old, she had a daughter with her first husband, called Georgia, whom she loved dearly. Despite Cheryl and her husband parting ways, and Cheryl becoming a single mum to Georgia, it was said that Cheryl was an incredible mother and provided her daughter with anything that she needed. According to her colleagues and friends, Cheryl was a beautiful person inside and out, always smiling and always ready to help those in need. She was said to be kind-hearted, gentle, and the most loving woman. Her daughter Georgia would describe her as a generous and loyal person. To Cheryl's parents, Anthony and Rita Gabriel, she was a caring daughter and mother.
Cheryl, as a daughter and as a mother, was very caring. Everything that Georgia required, Cheryl provided. Even as a single mum, she worked her backside off.
In 2011, 2 weeks after George's 7th birthday, Cheryl met a new man called Andrew Jonathan Hooper, better known as Jack by friends and family. Jack was a farmer who owned a 400-acre farm near Sutton with an 8-bedroom farmhouse. He was very into shooting and was known to be a proud man who liked the finer things in life. Georgia said that her mother was looking for love and stability, so when she met Jack, she thought he could fill the role of a husband and father and complete their family. After introducing her daughter Georgia to Jack and his farm, Georgia immediately fell in love with the surroundings and the animals, and she was excited for this new chapter in life. Both Georgia and her mother were keen to see where this relationship would go, and Georgia hoped that Jack would fill the role of a father in her life, as her biological father had left when she was very young. At the beginning of their relationship, Jack seemed to be nice, loving and caring. Cheryl was happy and Jack was present and attentive, and they seemed very much in love. Jack seems to really put in the effort into the relationship and showed that he really cared by often going to events with her. Jack was a successful man who loved to wine and dine and spoil Cheryl by buying her nice things like cars.
She found this man that was going to give her a comfortable life, that she hadn't got to keep working her backside off.
Over time, they fell in love, and 5 years into their relationship, they got engaged during a weekend in Paris.
Mum was definitely happy when they got engaged. It was, what she'd wanted. I was hoping that we would really become a family.
Later on, they got married. Jack was a very proud man and loved to present himself as Lord of the Manor. He took pride in having Cheryl by his side as his beautiful wife. But did Cheryl and her family really know the real Jack?
Hi, it's only me. I probably won't go to the bonfire night. If you want to take Georgia, then don't bother waiting for me. Okay, doke.
Once married, Jack started changing. He would often go out to drink without Cheryl, and he became angrier and more aggressive and controlling. Cheryl's role in the relationship became the lonely housewife. She was expected to do everything around the house, and Jack did nothing.
Mum was expected to do all the washing, all the cooking, all the cleaning, an 8-bedroom house.
Despite Cheryl working long hours, 5 days a week as a dental surgery manager, Jack said it was her role to do all the cooking, laundry and cleaning, and to look after the large 8-bedroom farmhouse. Cheryl was completely exhausted in the marriage, but she really wanted someone to love her and to live this perfect family life. She wanted what was best for herself and her daughter. Although he never laid a finger on her, he was controlling and possessive with Cheryl, and to exert his control, he would abuse her verbally and emotionally. He would often give her the silent treatment when she did things he did not like, such as going out with her friends. Subsequently, Cheryl stopped going out altogether, and Jack controlled her more and more, including how she spent her money. Whenever she spoke out, he intimidated her into accepting his wants and threatened to harm her if she did otherwise. He often came back drunk from his nights out, and both Cheryl and Georgia quickly learnt what were the right and wrong things to say to him when he was in this drunken state. As more years passed, things worsened, and Cheryl felt increasingly isolated and lonely.
Jack never liked my mum going out. The whole 7 years, they were together. I don't think my mum ever really went out with her friends. He stopped her.
Jack continued to give the impression that he had lots of money, but truly he was deep in debt. In December 2017, Cheryl finally managed to have an evening out with her friends, and Jack was not happy about this. He came back drunk that evening, and they got into a disagreement which caused Jack to smash up the TV. Jack then proceeded to take a gun from his gun cabinet and started playing with it whilst going up the stairs. Cheryl was absolutely petrified in this moment, but luckily Jack decided to leave the house in his rage rather than do anything physical. Though he hadn't used the gun on her that night, he had scared her and given her the impression that he was completely capable of hurting her and using physical violence on her. In that moment, Cheryl decided she couldn't live like this anymore, and she knew she had to protect herself and her daughter. That night, after the altercation, Cheryl and Georgia left the farmhouse and they went to go and stay with Cheryl's parents. Finally, Cheryl was safe from her abuser and out of the house. She was able to start living her own independent life again and move forward from all the emotional abuse. Possessive Jack, however, was not happy, and he was ready to do anything in his power to show his anger and to desperately get Cheryl back. On the 1st of January 2018, Jack continued to exert his power over Cheryl and manipulate her when he threatened to kill himself. Jack wanted her to feel guilty and sorry for him and to come back to him. Despite the fact that deep down Cheryl knew she was never going back to him, she still went over to his house to talk to him and try and stop him from doing anything bad. Being the loving and caring woman she was, she sat with him for over 2 hours, convincing him to put the gun down. She felt that if he were to die, she would be responsible and that it would be because of her. Cheryl went as far as to put her own chin over the gun that Jack had placed under his own in order to stop him. Jack finally put the weapon down and Cheryl left his home, having successfully managed to stop him from hurting himself. Cheryl's kind-hearted nature made her look out for a man that was so horrible to her, but in reality she should have been worried about herself, as she was in fact the one who was in danger. Over the next few days, Jack began stalking Cheryl. He would often drive past her parents' home and kept calling and texting her, trying to get her to talk to him. One evening, Jack even took Cheryl's car without informing her, and unknown to her, he installed a GPS tracker in it in order to monitor where she was all the time. On the 12th of January 2018, Cheryl called the police to let them know that Jack was acting erratically and would not leave her and Georgia alone.
Hi. Oh, hi there. Hello. Yes, I wonder if you could help me.
Right, okay. What was the incident that happened?
It started with my husband sort of smashing the TV and then different things of threatening to kill himself, and then he took my car from my parents' house and I didn't know about it. He did sort of follow us around a little bit over Christmas. We didn't see him, but he did ring up to say that he'd been looking for us. I suppose upset people and frustrated people just do silly things, don't they?
Yeah.
So,
and what's your ex-partner's name?
Andrew Jonathan Hooper.
A couple weeks later, on the 25th of January 2018, Cheryl and Georgia Hooper were visited by a police officer from the West Mercia Police. According to the officer, reports had been made concerning the several suicide attempts and threats from Jack following Cheryl's refusal to return to their home. The police were worried that Jack was a danger to himself and had reached out to Cheryl to ask critical questions to evaluate the extent of the possible threat, coupled with the fact that Cheryl had reported his strange behavior a few weeks earlier. The officer interviewed Cheryl and confirmed that Jack's licensed guns had been taken away from him. However, the officer failed to bring a domestic abuse, stalking and honor-based violence assessment known as a dash risk assessment checklist, which could have assessed and identified whether someone might be at risk of a domestic abuse, and in this case, if Jack was an imminent danger to Cheryl and her daughter. After the interview, the officer deemed that he was only a danger to himself, since he had only threatened to kill himself and not Cheryl and Georgia. This temporary suspension in his firearms license, however, only fueled Jack's anger even more. Jack was an avid shooter and ran his own shoots with his friends, so now losing his guns as well as his wife made him increasingly angry and embarrassed. On Friday the 26th of January 2018, Cheryl made plans to go out with her friend Caroline and a few other guys. Cheryl dropped off her daughter Georgia at a friend's house before heading out for a fun night out, something she hadn't done in a while. In the car to the pub, Cheryl's friend Caroline noticed that a car had been following them for quite a while, and she pointed it out to Cheryl, saying, "That better not be Jack behind us." Cheryl just responded, "No, Jack won't know where we've gone." When they got to the pub, Cheryl was in really high spirits. She ordered a Prosecco, and then 3 men joined them, one of them being a man called Ian. The evening started out fun and relaxing, and Cheryl and her friends were having a nice time. This all changed, however, when Jack turned up at the pub. Cheryl felt a tap on her shoulder, and she turned around to see Jack standing there, and he said something along the lines of, "I should have known you'd be with him," nodding towards one of the men. Cheryl took Jack outside to talk to him in private, where he proceeded to accuse her of having an affair with Ian. However, Cheryl maintained her innocence and told him she was not having an affair and had never cheated on him. He continued to insist that she had been cheating on him and that he was going to divorce her. He also threatened to burn all her belongings. When Jack left the pub, Cheryl texted her daughter to tell her that Jack had just turned up and that she thought he had tracked the car. Cheryl went back into the pub to try and carry on having a good night with her friends, and in such a brave move, Georgia called Jack to try and calm him down and ask him not to burn their stuff and to leave her mother alone.
It's in the room, Jack. She's giving you chance after chance. Yeah, I know it is, and it's your fault. Yes, it is. If you hadn't treated us badly, it wouldn't be over.
Oh, that's what you think, that's what you judge.
That's what I know. That's nice.
This has been going on for a long time.
It doesn't mean you have a right to track the car. It doesn't mean you have a right to burn our stuff.
Cheryl then called her own father and told him the same thing she had told Georgia. Her father proceeded to tell her to go to the police and to be careful. Cheryl decided to end her night there, so she dropped off her friend Caroline and then picked up her daughter Georgia. They headed back home to their rental property, which they had been staying in after leaving Jack's house in December of 2017. As they pulled up outside their home, Jack suddenly appeared with something in his hands, which was covered in a cloth. As Cheryl attempted to kill the engine of her Range Rover, she screamed, "Oh my God, he's here!" In a split second, her window was smashed, and while Cheryl was rambling for her phone to call the police, 2 gunshots went off, with one shot fatally piercing her neck. Georgia, who had been seated in the car with her mother during the ambush, had witnessed the whole thing. Immediately the police were called, and Georgia was quickly able to tell them who had shot her mother.
He's shot her in the head!
Where? Which house here, Andy? This one here? Folks, they're doing CPR at the moment on her, so let the ambulance crew do what they need to do. Is that your mum?
Yeah.
Right, we don't know yet. We'll let the ambulance crew do what they need to do, all right? They're going to be doing. What did you see what happened? Did you see anything?
No.
Come and sit down. What's your name? Come and sit down. What did you see?
Oh, my mum's dead. Pulled up on the drive. He pulled up in the silver Land Rover behind the car, so my mum couldn't go anywhere. He went up to the driver's window and had the gun and was banging the barrel against the glass. And I didn't want to go over it.
Oh, George, I know this is difficult.
He was hitting the gun against the car. I thought it was a spade or something. I thought he was going to hit her with something. I jumped out the car trying to unlock my phone. I couldn't unlock my phone. Trying to get the police to come straight away. He banged the glass shattered, and then he put the gun up properly and shot her. Oh, I can't get out of my head.
As police headed over to Jack's property, paramedics performed CPR on Cheryl, but shortly afterwards, she was sadly declared dead.
I was distraught. I couldn't believe that my daughter had been killed. It didn't seem real.
I cried. He did, I did, all night long, and it was awful. And it never sank in, and I kept thinking, no, she's not dead, she's coming back. And she didn't, did she?
When police arrived at Jack's farm, they saw a light come on and a figure emerge, staggering out the house. As they approached the man, they realized that it was Jack, and he was badly wounded. Jack had unsuccessfully attempted to kill himself with a gunshot to the face. He was, however, arrested and charged with the murder of his wife, Cheryl Hooper. Following the incident, an investigation was launched into the murder of Cheryl Hooper. In yet another incredibly brave move, Georgia said she wanted to talk to the police and give her statement that same evening, even though they said she could do it the next day. She said she had to do it now, and she told the police everything.
What we're talking about here today, you okay to talk to us right now and here? Okay? Absolutely. And we discussed that outside, didn't we? You've been quite adamant with us that you want to speak to us right now and just get everything. And that's perfect. So if at any point that it does get a little bit too much for you, okay, just let me know. And I know that it's going to be very, very difficult for you to talk about what's happened today.
She told them how Jack had shot her mother, Cheryl, in front of their home and how the memories couldn't escape her head. Regarding the testimony, lead investigator, Sergeant Mark Bellamy, spoke on how brave Georgia had been that night following the incident. Meanwhile, Jack, who had been arrested by the police, was confined to his hospital bed as he was receiving treatment after his failed attempts to kill himself, which resulted in him losing his mouth and nose and several other facial deformities. Due to the extent of his injuries, the police were unable to question him concerning his alleged role in the murder straight away. It wasn't until after a long, tedious 10 months into the investigation that he regained full consciousness and was able to be interviewed by the police. Jack, who had been unable to speak due to the severity of his facial injuries, was given a paper with letters and options to choose from in response to the questions being asked. After being asked to confirm his name as Andrew Jonathan Hooper, which he said yes to, Jack was asked if he was responsible for the death of his wife, Cheryl Gabriel Hooper, on the 26th of January 2018. Jack responded by pointing to the yes option once again.
I was knocking the driver's door window of the Range Rover, barrel of the gun, just to emphasise that I was upset, and I suppose to scare her. And somehow the gun went off. It broke glass. I realised that both barrels had gone off. I realised what I'd done. Panicked and broke off.
What do you mean when you say you wanted to scare her?
I, end of word, W-A-N-T-E-D, end word, wanted, T-O, end word, to M-A-K-E, end of word, make, H-E-R, end of word, her, T-H-I-N-K, end of word, think. End of sentence. I wanted to make her think.
On the 5th of June 2019, the trial started and was held in Birmingham Crown Court in the UK. Andrew Jack Hooper was charged in the murder of 51-year-old Cheryl Hooper, who he had killed in close range due to his rage and jealousy. The court heard how Jack Hooper had installed a tracker in Cheryl's Range Rover without her knowledge, and how he had stolen the car at night from her house using his spare keys. They heard how he followed Cheryl to the pub that fateful night, where he had accused her of having an affair with Ian and then left angrily before returning back to his home and then taking an item from his house, hiding it under a piece of clothing and putting it in his car. Prosecutor Mason said that this item had a shape consistent with the shotgun used in carrying out the murderous act. Georgia testified, saying that Jack had murder in his eyes while shooting her mother. The court also heard from Ian Priest, Cheryl's alleged lover. He said that Cheryl had confided in him that Jack had a drinking problem and she felt threatened by his aggressive behaviour. Ian also testified about the incident at Cheryl and Jack's home, where Jack had smashed the TV and cracked open his guns, leading to them moving out of his house in December of 2017. The jurors were also informed about how Jack had attempted to take his own life after the murder. The emergency service personnel who had been called to Jack's home after Cheryl's death had said that it was very apparent that the man had attempted to take his own life. Sergeant Michael Watersworth had testified how Jack had left a suicide note and his will and had part of his face missing after using the shotgun on himself. Jack, who was seated in a wheelchair behind the witness box during the trial, was asked to type out his answers on a keypad as he could not speak due to his injuries. He told the jurors that he just wanted to scare her, but he did admit to loading the shotgun. They heard how he had taken the 100-year-old antique firearm from his own parents' house, and that the gun had been greased up. The gun was apparently in such a terrible state that it possibly could have gone off at any time. The jurors also heard from Jack how he had loved his wife and believed he could save his marriage, even after suspecting Cheryl of having an affair. Cross-examining Jack Hooper, prosecutor David Mason questioned the defendant, asking why he hadn't stayed at the scene and tried to call 999 if he really loved her. In his response to this question, Jack just replied, "I panicked and left to do the honourable thing and kill myself." Jack had further added that he had intended to frighten Cheryl into leaving other men and reconciling with him. Another witness was called to testify of the events of that day. Taking the witness box, neighbour Wayne Tranter told the jurors how he had heard 2 cars pull up while preparing to go to bed. He had said Jack was holding a gun and pointing it towards Cheryl. He said, "The man was holding a gun and pointing it towards the lady in the vehicle, in the same position we all commonly know as the firing position." He also added that Georgia ran towards him after the gunshot had gone off. He said, "She was hysterical, she was screaming, she shouted, 'My mum, my mum, he shot my mum.'" Prosecutor David Mason told jurors that what pushed Jack to commit this crime was when Jack saw his wife with another man, causing him to carry out a cold-blooded, ruthless, and callous execution. It was also discovered in court that this wasn't the first time Jack Hooper had threatened his partner's life. In 2004, he was given a suspended sentence after breaking into his first wife's home and threatening to kill her. After hearing the substantial evidence against Jack, Judge Mark Wall delivered the judgment, saying this was not a last-minute decision to kill, but rather a planned execution. Following a unanimous verdict from the jurors, on the 21st of June 2009, Andrew Jonathan Jack Hooper was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum of 31 years jail term. After the verdict was given, Georgia read the victim impact statements to the court. She said, "Mum was funny, beautiful, and my best friend. The thought of her not being with me to share my life makes me very sad." The judge also applauded her bravery and conduct through the incident and trial. Judge Mark told Georgia, "The way in which you have conducted yourself throughout this trial, which must have been extremely difficult for you, has been admirable and awe-inspiring. Your mother would, I have no doubt, been immensely proud of the way you have dealt with a tragic and difficult process." It's absolutely gut-wrenching to think that Cheryl's life was cut tragically short by the man she loved. It's a nightmare scenario that no one should have to endure, and yet we know that Cheryl is far from alone in this horrific experience. Far too many women worldwide suffer from abuse and violence at the hands of those who are supposed to love them and care for them. For years, Cheryl suffered from Jack's emotional and verbal abuse, and eventually that abuse escalated to the point of physical violence. The fact that her life was taken from her too soon is nothing short of a tragedy. Although Jack's conviction to life imprisonment would not bring back their daughter and mother, at least some sort of justice was served. An investigation was also launched into the police handling the reports of Cheryl Hooper about the strange behaviour of Jack before her death, as reports emerged of their inappropriate and lack of the DASH checklist, which could have led to identifying the possible dangers from Jack. Speaking on the investigation, the Independent Office for Police Complaints said, "I send my condolences again to Miss Gabrielle Hooper's family and everyone also affected by her traumatic death. After contact from Miss Gabrielle Hooper, both police forces took some precautionary steps to help safeguard her and ensure her estranged husband's access to licensed firearms was removed. Following the police visit the day before she was shot, there wasn't evidence of higher risk to Miss Gabrielle Hooper to warrant more robust action. Police could not have reasonably foreseen the horrific event that transpired. While some inquiries could have been carried out more quickly or thoroughly, we found no indication that any officers or staff acted in a manner that would justify any disciplinary proceedings. Police decision-making and actions were carried out in compliance with relevant forces and national policies, as there did not appear to be a process in place by which actions sent to another force are reviewed. We recommend that Staffordshire Police identifies opportunities for improved cross-border liaisons." Also, shortly after the incident leading to her death, several tributes were paid to Cheryl by her friends, family and colleagues. Her colleagues also set up a crowdfunding page for donations to support her daughter Georgia. My closing point on this devastating tragedy is to applaud how incredibly brave and amazing Georgia is. The devastating experience gave Georgia flashbacks, insomnia and post-traumatic stress, and she said she really withdrew herself from the world after it happened.
I just completely withdrew and shut off to survive. I stopped eating, stopped sleeping. It was really bad.
But how she managed to give a statement in her mother's murder the night it happened is so incredible. In the years following the murder, Georgia has made it her mission to stop the perpetrators of domestic abuse, ruining more lives. She has been campaigning for greater awareness of domestic abuse and has also been fighting for every police force across the country to ensure all the officers receive specialist domestic abuse training and to put it into action. She has also been pushing for a national register for abuse offenders, as she believes that her mother would have been saved if she had known Jack was once a domestic abuse offender. Georgia said, "Living with a narcissist and psychopath gives you a better advantage of spotting them and knowing how to expose them. I want to make a difference. If I succeed at this, it means that man hasn't won. I've always been referred to as a witness or a victim, but I'm neither. I'm a bright young woman with a life of my own, and I refuse to be defined by this hate crime."
I grew up thinking that domestic abuse is punches and violence, physical violence. So with Jack, I didn't really feel for a long time that there was a distinct problem with his behaviour. His main aim was to make her feel completely worthless. It was power and control.
If by any chance Georgia ends up watching this, I just want to express how amazing I think she is and the things that she's doing. She's using something so horrific that has happened to her and using her voice to make a change and difference in the world. I really hope I did yours and your mother's story justice in this piece. I hope that wherever you are today, you are doing well, and I just want to say thank you for all the difference you're making in the world.
I have a very firm belief that there's a reason I wasn't hurt, and there's a reason I'm here to be sharing our story, to be trying to save other people's lives.
In the early hours of New Year's Day 2013, tragedy struck young parents Jordan Monaghan and Laura Gray when their 24-day-old baby, Ruby, was found dead in her Moses basket. Merely 8 months later, their 21-month-old son, Logan, was also found dead in his pushchair after a trip to the swimming pool with his father. 6 years after that, in 2019, Jordan Monaghan's new partner, Evie Adams, died by an overdose of prescription medication in an apparent suicide. How could one man suffer such misfortune, losing 3 loved ones in the space of 7 years? Was the tragic loss of these 3 precious lives truly an unfortunate tragedy? Or could one man be responsible for all 3 deaths? Jordan Monaghan was born in July of 1991 and lived in Blackburn in Lancashire. Little is known about Jordan's upbringing, but in his later years he worked in construction, driving diggers, and he was said to have a problematic relationship with gambling, and it wasn't uncommon for him to miss bill payments due to his love of fruit machines. Laura Gray was born in November of 1992, and she had been best friends with Jordan's younger sister whilst growing up in Blackburn. When she was younger, she had a huge crush on Jordan, and over time they began dating when they were in school. When Laura was just 16, her dreams of a perfect family started to come true when Jordan got down on one knee to propose. 1 year later, they moved in together, where Jordan got a job in construction, and Laura started working in a care home. During this time, Laura said she saw no red flags in their relationship and that this was a very happy time. Jordan was well liked by her friends and family, and Laura knew that Jordan was the man she wanted to start a family with. Laura Gray was desperate to be a mother, saying that she was determined to give her children everything she never had. Her wish was granted on the 17th of November 2011, when baby Logan Patrick Monaghan was welcomed into the world. Logan was described by family as a beautiful little monkey and was so mischievous. He was said to have a beautiful smile. Laura was so happy she was finally a mother to her little boy, and Jordan was said to be a really great and doting dad. Jordan carried on working whilst Laura became a stay-at-home mother. Logan was described as Laura's dream child, and there was absolutely no concerns for his health, and he was a happy, healthy, and bouncy baby boy. During Laura's second pregnancy, however, her perfect family life seemed to start falling apart. Jordan's gambling addiction was beginning to get noticeably out of hand, with court documents noting that his persistent spending, financial irresponsibility, and lack of candor concerning money left bills unpaid. At this point, she realized that Jordan had been lying to her for many months, and they were constantly arguing about money. This ultimately led to Laura trying to end the relationship on the 23rd of September 2012. Later that day, however, Laura received a phone call from a panicked Jordan, who told her that Logan had swallowed some paracetamol tablets and wasn't moving or responding. Laura and Jordan rushed their baby boy to the hospital, but they were unable to find any problems with Logan, and thankfully Logan seemed okay and was taken back home. Following this scare, the couple actually reconciled, and on the 8th of December 2012, their second child, Ruby Julie Monaghan, was born. Less than a month later, though, tragedy struck the young family. After Ruby's birth, Laura was in high spirits and said that she enjoyed the best Christmas ever with her own little family. A few days after Christmas, however, on the 29th of December 2012, Laura's blood ran cold when she heard Jordan shouting for her to come downstairs, as Ruby appeared to be having difficulty breathing. She had been upstairs doing laundry, so she quickly ran downstairs and saw Jordan holding a completely lifeless baby Ruby. Little Ruby was rushed to the hospital in an ambulance and was kept for 3 days under observation. The initial diagnosis was that she had suffered an episode of temporary pause in her breathing due to a viral respiratory infection. The ultimate diagnosis was early bronchitis, and so it was not ruled that there should be a police investigation. So on the afternoon of the 31st of December, Ruby was discharged from the hospital. Later that evening, after cuddling up with a film and seeing the new year in together, Jordan told Laura that he would do Ruby's 2 a.m. feed and that she could go to bed to get some sleep. However, Laura's sleep was dramatically cut short when Jordan cried out again at 1:45 a.m. to tell her that Ruby was not breathing. An ambulance arrived at 2:13 a.m., but it was too late. Despite their best efforts, the paramedics were unable to revive Ruby's tiny, lifeless body, and she was tragically pronounced dead at 2:45 a.m. on the morning of the 1st of January 2013. Naturally, a routine police investigation was done, which meant that both Laura and Jordan were interviewed by the police. Post-mortem investigations were unable to identify a probable cause of death. There was no evidence of injury or assault, or in fact of any suspicious circumstances at all. With no obvious explanation, Ruby's death was attributed to natural causes, and it was ruled as acute bronchopneumonia. Following Ruby's death, Laura was of course distraught, and she relied on Jordan a lot for support in the upcoming months. While Laura said she crashed completely, Jordan planned the funeral, returned to work, and carried on as normal, seemingly being strong for both of them. The couple focused on putting all their love into Logan, and the tragedy initially brought Laura and Jordan back together. However, it wasn't long before their money problems started to cause issues in their relationship once again. Overwhelmed with grief, Laura tried again to end the relationship with Jordan on the 26th of July 2013. The next day, Jordan rang Laura to say that Logan had gone all floppy and collapsed. She rushed home to find her son clammy and not really moving, so Jordan called an ambulance and Logan was taken to hospital, where he was found to be normal but with a slightly raised heart rate. It was concluded that Logan's breathing difficulties may have been caused by an upper respiratory tract infection and that he may have been suffering from sunstroke, and so he was discharged the following day. Although Laura considered the relationship to be over, Jordan persuaded her to give him another chance. A few weeks later though, on the 16th of August, Laura was reaching her limit with Jordan's gambling problem. She discovered that Jordan had amassed a debt of £2,000 on a credit card that Laura knew nothing about. She confronted Jordan, asking him how he got this debt, and he revealed that he had not been making rent payments due to his gambling and fruit machine addiction. The couple had a large argument, and Laura told him once again that she was leaving him. The next day, on the 17th of August, Laura told Jordan she wasn't feeling very well, so Jordan said he would take Logan out in his pushchair so that Laura could catch up on some sleep, and so Jordan and Logan left for the Waves swimming pool in Blackburn. At around 2:45 p.m, Jordan returned home with Logan, who was apparently sleeping in his pushchair. Jordan asked Laura if he could stay for dinner before leaving the family home, to which Laura agreed. Jordan told Laura to wake up their son, who was still in his pushchair, which he had left in the corner of the room, whilst he went out to buy some pizzas. Once Jordan had left, Laura walked over to the pushchair to wake up her son, but tragically, as she pulled away the rain cover, she knew instantly that little Logan was gone. I knew the moment I lifted the rain cover. I knew when I looked at him, I knew he'd passed away, said Laura. She immediately tried CPR, but that didn't work, so paramedics were called and an ambulance rushed Logan's limp body to the hospital, but there was nothing that could be done, and Logan Monaghan was pronounced dead at 6 p.m. on the 17th of August 2013. Post-mortem examinations were once again unable to determine the cause of his death. Slight changes to his lungs suggested that maybe he was developing pneumonia, but that wouldn't explain the sudden cause of death. With no brain injury or any other damage, it was very difficult to say what had killed Logan. One of several possible explanations was that there had been an imposed airway obstruction by a third party, but ultimately his cause of death was left unascertained. Despite the medical experts stating that both children's deaths were due to natural causes, the police were extremely suspicious.
The murder of a child or children is extremely complex to try and investigate. It's particularly challenging in an investigation when you have medical experts that are saying that the child has died through natural causes. As a police officer, if you have that gut feeling that actually this medical expert is wrong, then you would do all you can to try and disprove that medical expert. You need to pull together and build this picture to show that this is a suspicious death and not a natural death.
The death of 2 children from the same family within an 8-month period did start to raise red flags. The fact that Logan Monaghan was the second child to die whilst in Jordan's care was raised to the authorities, and Jordan Monaghan became a person of interest behind closed doors.
Any death of a child under the age of 18 is investigated by the police and social care and health. Now, when a second child dies within the same family, particularly in a short period of time, that really does raise concerns. But to have 2 children die on you within a 6-month period is highly concerning and needs investigating thoroughly.
Laura was beyond distraught and suffered a self-described breakdown. Ultimately, she was admitted to a hospital for psychiatric care, and it was during her stay at the ward that her relationship with Jordan once again rekindled. Jordan would visit Laura every day in the hospital, and she said that he was the link to my 2 children, the only one who knew how I truly felt. The couple were interviewed by various British media, telling the tragic story of their 2 children being ripped away from them by unknown causes. Jordan, who was now 22, told reporters that biopsies were going to take up to 3 months to come back with results regarding his and Laura's genetics, as there may be a hereditary reason for their deaths. Regarding this, Laura said that she panicked that it was something to do with her own genes and vowed to not have any more children to avoid a repeat of her indescribable trauma. Laura began to worry for her sister's 4-month-old child, fearing for his health. During these media interviews, Jordan posed for pictures and spoke to newspapers about the tragedy of losing 2 children. He told reporters, "It feels as if history is repeating itself. Everything has been taken away from us. We can't believe this has happened for a second time. We are just in shock and completely devastated." The second tragic loss and Jordan's dedication to Laura's emotional well-being seemed to bring the childhood sweethearts back together, and in May of 2016, a 3rd child was born. The child's name has been withheld from most publishings for legal reasons. Things seem to be getting better, but on the day of the 3rd child's christening, Laura saw Jordan using a fruit machine, and this led to a massive blowout between the 2. Laura ended their tumultuous relationship yet again, adding that Jordan was allowed to see the child, despite their romance ending. The next week, Laura was upstairs when she heard Jordan shouting. She ran downstairs to find Jordan holding their daughter, who had her eyes closed and was limp in her father's arms. By the time the paramedics arrived, the little girl appeared to have recovered. She was taken to hospital, where she remained for observation and testing. She was discharged 2 days later, but once again there was no explanation as to why she had collapsed. On the 2nd of October, Jordan was watching the child in the house alone when Laura got a phone call. It was Jordan once again, alerting her to the fact that their child was not breathing. Once again, Laura raced the paramedics to the house and found the child in a state of reduced consciousness, but her condition improved and within a few minutes she had recovered. She was taken to the hospital where she remained for 9 days. However, once again, no significant medical issues were identified. This was the moment though that Laura finally put her foot down and permanently ended this on-again and off-again nightmare. However, the authorities were incredibly suspicious at this point, and Laura's daughter was removed from her care by a court order. Authorities continued to review Ruby, Logan, and now the third child's cases, getting expert opinions from various fields to ascertain what it was that kept hurting these children. Neurologists, cardiologists, specialists in disease and genetics, respiratory medicine, and pediatrics concluded that in each child's case, there was no natural explanation for the collapses. The terrifying results suggested that despite no clear signs of injury, the most obvious and logical explanation was that a unified covert mechanism had stopped their breathing, most likely by smothering both the nose and the mouth to obstruct the airways. I have absolutely no idea why it took them this long, but 5 years after the deaths of both Ruby and Logan, on January 2018, police officially launched a murder investigation into the deaths of the children and the sudden collapse of the third child. In April of 2018, Jordan Monaghan was arrested and brought in for questioning in connection of the deaths of his 2 children. During this interview, he denied smothering the children or causing any of the collapses. He stated his relationship with Laura was good most of the time and said he did not know what caused the children to become so poorly. Frustratingly, however, Jordan was later released on bail with conditions as there was not enough physical evidence to charge him.
It's extremely frustrating when you have your suspect in custody and you know for sure that that person is responsible, but the evidence isn't quite there. You only have a finite time to keep them in custody before you can either charge them or release them. And on this particular occasion, you're forced to make a decision, which is to release that person either on bail with or without conditions.
With Jordan on bail, the police investigation would continue, but Jordan would carry on his life, and around this time he decided to move on from his ex-partner Laura, and this is when he met Evie Adams. Evie Adams was born into a life of abuse, suffering great trauma with her birth family until she was placed in foster care when she was just 3 years old. Her birth family was renowned in the area for being in trouble with the police, often leaving infant Evie to wander the streets at night with no supervision.
When she was 7, they rung us up from the fostering agency and said they had 2 children, brother and sister. They wanted to keep them together, but it would only be temporary. Could we take them? I said, yeah, no problem. And they never left.
Bernard and Yvonne Adams formally adopted Evie when she was just 7 years old, giving her the loving family dynamic she had been lacking so much in her early years.
We were very close. She always used to say to me, you're never ever going in an old folks home. If you need caring, I'll care for you. I said, and what about your dad? Oh, well, he can sort himself out, you'll be right.
On Evie's 16th birthday, she changed her surname to match that of her adoptive parents, and her friends and family could see how special it was to her to carry the family name. She would proudly tell people that she was no longer the abused child she once was. She was a new woman who knew what she wanted, a career in hairdressing, a partner, and a family of her own. Evie was a lively, bubbly girl who loved to go out with her friends, but also loved spending time at home with her parents. Her foster parents clearly had so much love for her and described her as full of life, crazy, outgoing, and she was always willing to help anyone.
Evie, she was funny, dippy, loving, and very thoughtful. Really thoughtful, really good girl.
When she was 17, Evie met Nathan, her seemingly perfect match, and by 20, she had a baby girl. A few years later, Evie and Nathan's relationship fell apart, so she moved into her own house with her baby, and later, in 2018, she matched with 28-year-old Jordan Monaghan on Tinder. Evie was almost immediately smitten. Jordan would do or buy anything to make her and her baby happy, doting on them endlessly and providing the life that Evie had always hoped for. However, despite his charming nature, Evie's friends and family were nervous about Jordan due to the rumours that were circulating around town. Bernard, Evie's adopted father, started asking about the man his daughter was dating, and this is when he started hearing the disturbing stories about Jordan.
Everybody just jumped up bandwagon telling me this about him, telling me that about him, what he got away with, what he were like. People were going around to do a child killer, and once they knew it was my daughter who were the floodgates just opened. I was getting told all sorts.
He heard how Jordan was on bail for the murder of his 2 children, and how he often got away with everything, and that he was a known con man. It wasn't long before Evie was lying to her friends and family and started to hide her relationship from them.
I was never introduced to him, or I've never spoken to him. She just hid everything.
Yvonne and Bernard were increasingly concerned for their daughter, and the situation drove a wedge between them. Evie became increasingly secretive and was only able to contact her friends and her family when she went to her dad's house and was away from Jordan. When they were out with friends, Evie would just be by Jordan's side the entire night appeasing him, when she was usually known to be dancing and having fun with her friends.
She fell out with her friends. She couldn't have friends. Girls' night, stopped all that. She couldn't go anywhere without him.
It was a terrible time because he wanted to alienate her from everybody. She lost all her friends, but he couldn't totally alienate her from me.
In 2018, when Jordan was first arrested on suspicion of murdering his 2 children and the attempted murder of a 3rd, police took it upon themselves to warn Evie about the dangers of being with this man. They even went so far as to take her to a safe house and grant a restraining order against him. DC Pauline Stables said, "It indicates the level of manipulation towards Evie to have maintained a relationship with him, regardless of the warnings she received from the police, social services and support services." When Jordan was released on bail due to there being no overwhelming evidence, the restraining order and non-molestation order were made in the context of care proceedings concerning Evie's daughter. Evie had disclosed to police that Jordan had attempted to burn down the home of Nathan, who was Evie's ex-boyfriend, and that he had told her he didn't care if the child was inside the house at the time. However, despite all the warnings and legal restrictions in place, the two were seen together multiple times over the course of 2018 and 2019. He did eventually plead guilty to breaking parole and was handed a 12-week suspended sentence, yet Evie turned up at court with him as a mode of support. 2 more visits from social services found Jordan in the presence of Evie's child, and she was removed from Evie's care to live with her grandparents. Evie's friends and family were baffled as to how Evie could let her child go for the sake of this relationship, especially as Jordan was no longer the loving and doting partner he once appeared to be. Her daughter was undoubtedly the most important thing in her life, so how could she give her up for this disgusting man? Friends of Evie recalled with a heavy heart many times when Jordan would shout and scream at her and show real aggression towards her. The murderer rumours were catching up with Jordan, however, losing him work as companies didn't want to hire someone under investigation for killing children. Evie's world would crumble around her. She lost her house and her child and was bouncing between hostels and homeless shelters when she finally decided that enough was enough. Evie left town for a women's shelter in Kendal, a nearby town, hoping to gain back custody of her daughter once she was away from Jordan. However, even here she was unable to escape Jordan's menacing behaviour, calling her friends to tell her, "He's following me everywhere I go." Evie eventually received a phone call telling her that Jordan was threatening to jump off a rooftop in Preston because she wouldn't see him. This led her to move back to Blackburn with Jordan, and in the space of 3 months, she became what friends described as a shadow and not Evie anymore. In October of 2019, not only was Evie struggling in her relationship, but it appeared that her health was also beginning to suffer. Over the weekend of the 11th to the 13th of October, Evie and Jordan went to Blackpool with a couple of friends, and while they were there, Jordan displayed a lot of aggressive behaviour, and an argument took place, which even caused Jordan to damage the caravan in which they were staying in. Their friends even recalled seeing Jordan give Evie some tablets from a brown glass bottle, which they thought was strange, as those glass bottles were discontinued many years ago, and medication was no longer in these glass bottles. Following that weekend, on the 14th of October, Evie ended the relationship, texting him, "We're done," and she started looking for 1-bedroom flats for herself. The following day, however, the couple reconciled and got back together. 2 days later, on the 17th of October, Evie began to feel unwell and started complaining of stomach pains. Over the next few days, Evie started looking at her symptoms online and deduced that she had some sort of stomach flu. She spoke to her father, who offered to come and get her and to take her to the doctor, but she assured him that all was okay. During this period, Jordan continuously gave her pills, giving her the impression that they would make her feel better. On the 20th of October, Evie messaged Jordan saying, "I feel like I'm dying."
I got a phone call. She sounded awful. She'd been ill all weekend, being sick and tummy aches, and I said, "You need to go to doctors. I'll make an appointment and pick you up if you want." "No, I've got an appointment for tonight at tea time. I'm alright."
Jordan made an appointment for Evie at the Oakenhurst surgery. However, as he was unable to take her, she missed the appointment. The following day, Jordan called 111, which is the NHS helpline, and he reported Evie's symptoms as 4 days of vomiting and dizziness and made an appointment for her at the St. Ives Medical Centre. Once again, however, Evie failed to turn up to this appointment. Jordan was continuously controlling any attempts to call doctors and to seek medical assistance. On the 22nd of October, Jordan went to the doctor by himself and requested prescription medication to help him sleep. Although the doctor didn't think he was suffering from depression, he prescribed a week's worth of medication, which Jordan collected the same day. Evie confided in her friend, Holly, messaging her saying, "Jordan keeps stressing and won't let me see a doctor." Once again, Jordan called 111 and he added symptoms of abdominal pain and blurred vision. When 111 returned the calls, no one answered. At 10 p.m, a message from Evie's phone was sent to Jordan saying, "I took all them tablets you gave me today, as well as just took 8 paracetamol because I don't want to live no more, and I'll carry on taking more." On the 23rd of October, Jordan sent Evie a text saying, "You still want to kill yourself?" and got a response saying, "Yeah." This was also the day that Evie missed an arranged visit with her daughter, and this is when her parents and friends knew that something was seriously wrong. The following day, on the 24th of October 2019, Jordan and Evie were staying in his aunt and uncle's house in Blackburn. Evie was in so much pain at this point, she was unable to walk. A message came through to Jordan's phone from Evie saying, "Jordan, I don't want to be here anymore. I've taken some drugs and I don't want help." Tragically, at 8:15 p.m. later that night, Jordan's aunt called 999 to request an ambulance for Evie. She had gone to check on Evie and had found her with blue lips and she was unresponsive. When Jordan arrived at the house, he told paramedics that Evie had taken 4 Zopiclone and 2 Tramadol pills that morning before he left the house. He told police he had given the pill packets to the paramedics, but the ambulance crew confirmed they had never been handed any packaging. Evie's parents, Bernard and Yvonne Adams, were later told the news that their daughter had died by suicide, but they immediately knew this wasn't true, and they felt that Jordan was hiding something.
Thursday night, about 10:30, and then to be told it was suicide, I thought, nah. I just said to him, "Were it tablets?" He said, "Yeah, it were."
The first thing I said, I bet it's him. And then day after, 2 police ladies came and said they didn't think it was suicide, they thought it was murder.
Despite Evie's death originally being ruled a suicide, once they found out that Evie Adams was linked to Jordan Monaghan, they started to realise a different theory.
With a little bit of digging, they would establish that actually she was in a relationship with Jordan Monaghan, who is currently on bail for the murder of his 2 children. And having had that information, I would have been highly suspicious around the circumstances of the death of Evie at that point, and I would have been reluctant to have called it a suicide at that stage.
Jordan quickly became the key suspect in the suspected homicide, but without evidence, they had no means to arrest him. Over the next few days after Evie's death, Jordan played the role of a grieving partner very well. Evie's family members at the time noted that he seemed to be trying to control Evie even in death, as he would interrupt funeral arrangements and make threats regarding where the wake would be held. Evie's family actually removed her body and had it transferred to a different morgue, as they were so fearful Jordan would break in and try and harm her. When the post-mortem results came through, it was concluded that Evie died by overdose of tramadol and diazepam, having taken a large number of sedative and depressive drugs over several days. It was clear from the results that she had died due to drug toxicity. The levels of tramadol in her toxicology report suggested she had taken 20 tablets, not the 2 Jordan had originally described, and this dose had been fatal. On the 6th of November, Evie's friend Kimberly travelled to Jordan's parents' house in Belgrave Close to help with the funeral arrangements. Jordan told her that he wanted to put his favourite picture of himself and Evie in her coffin, and as he opened the back of the picture frame, 2 letters fell out. One was addressed to Evie's daughter, and the other was a suicide note, apparently written by Evie before her death. It was clear to authorities that Jordan was really trying to make this look like a suicide, but they had to find some evidence to link Jordan to Evie's death. They also believed that if they managed to link Evie's death to Jordan, it would also help in linking Logan and Ruby's deaths to Jordan. A group of 12 experts in a range of different disciplines looked into all 3 deaths once again, trying to find hard evidence that could lead to an arrest. Finally, almost a year after Evie died, the breakthrough was found.
There were no stab wounds, there was no trauma to Evie, and so one has to come to the conclusion that she's died through some kind of internal mechanism, and poisoning being the suggestion. And so the police will be looking at all lines of inquiry. What are the types of medication that have been found in Evie's toxicology? Are those types of medicines within the household? Has she had them prescribed to her? Do family members have those prescribed to her as well? Have they been purchasing those items on the black market? And if so, who's been doing that and how they've done that? How have they paid for those items?
In January 2021, the massive investigation into the deaths of Ruby and Logan Monaghan and Evie Adams and the attempted murder of a 3rd child on 2 occasions finally led to Jordan Monaghan's arrest. He faced one single trial for all of his crimes, taking place over a period of 10 weeks at Preston Crown Court.
The police prosecuting all 3 murders at the same time was a good decision. The complexities around the death of the children is really challenging for a jury to try and understand and get their head around. I think when you add on the case of Evie to that, it strengthens the case and it shows a pattern of behaviour, and there's a lot of similar fact evidence that one can show that says this is the personality of Jordan Monaghan, this is the sort of individual he is, and this is what he's capable of doing.
Evidence was uncovered that categorically proved that Jordan had purchased and administered the drugs that were found in Evie's toxicology report post-mortem. Jordan had been on a WhatsApp group called UK Tablets, and this is where he had sourced the multiple prescription medications that were the cause of Evie's death. Messages from Jordan to the group were found as early as October 17, 2019, asking for multiple drugs. On October 21st, the day of one of Evie's missed doctor's appointments, Jordan messaged the UK Tablets group asking, "You got blues, mate?" referring to diazepam. He had messaged this just 8 minutes after the missed appointment. While Evie had been suffering at home, both physically and psychologically, Jordan had taken her phone and laptop out with him, completely cutting her off from the outside world and giving her no access to help, as well as fabricating messages from her phone and sending them to himself.
We have phone technology that can place a mask to know where your phone is. Jordan was in the same room as Evie when the texts were sent, and that's really what put the nail in the coffin, because he lied. He said he was elsewhere. He wasn't. Phone masks and phone records show he was in that flat at the time of that death.
The suicide note, which was conveniently found at his parents' house, was also confirmed to not have been written by Evie, and that it was written by Jordan himself.
The way it had been written was very suspicious, saying, "I'm going to kill myself," but Jordan has absolutely nothing to do with it, which roused suspicion immediately. It was found that her fingerprints were not on it, but his fingerprints were.
One of the witnesses at the trial was taxi driver Zahid Abbas, who knew Jordan as a regular customer who often travelled with a young child in a pram. Abbas recalled that on the day of Logan's death, he collected Jordan and Logan from their home at New Chapel Street, and that the child had been happy, talking and acting normal throughout the journey. Upon arrival, Jordan had given Logan money, which Logan cheerfully passed over to Abbas. A second witness from the same day was Kaylee Hughes, who was working reception at Waves Pool on the rainy afternoon that Jordan and Logan arrived. She remembered seeing them and thought it was odd that Jordan was wearing a thick grey jumper because the water park was so hot and people usually wore t-shirts or vests. At 2:06 p.m, Jordan paid for the swim and walked towards the changing area. Only 27 minutes later, At 2:43 p.m, he returned past reception and straight out the exit, with the rain cover hiding Logan in the pushchair. Kaylee said, "It seemed a bit strange because it was such a short period of time and he didn't ask for a refund or speak to anyone on reception." Reflecting back on the day, Logan's mother Laura said, "Jordan hated swimming, he'd never been, and that neither he nor Logan had swimming trunks on them when they left." It was later concluded that Jordan had murdered Logan in the privacy of a changing cubicle by smothering his nose and mouth.
In a cubicle in the swimming baths, he smothered his son, put him back into his pushchair and covered him with a raincoat and wheeled him home. Jordan deliberately said, "I'm going to go and collect pizza," so that Laura would have to be the one to find her son dead.
Laura also noted that Ruby's circumstances were also strange. "When I found Ruby, she was covered with a blanket. Looking back, that didn't make sense. Surely if she wasn't breathing, he would have uncovered her." Mr. Justice Goose, in his original sentencing of Jordan Monaghan, said that the trigger for these offences was usually because of your volatile relationships, and that a striking feature of these offences is that you carried them out calmly and secretively. Speaking specifically on the murder of Evie Adams, Mr. Justice Goose said, "You tricked her into thinking the drugs would make her better, but they made her worse, and that she had suffered in great pain before she died." After a jury deliberation of 26 hours and 12 minutes, Jordan Monaghan was sentenced to 3 life sentences with a minimum term of 40 years before being eligible for parole. Speaking on Jordan's appearance in court, people said he didn't look remotely guilty or sorry, but instead he sat slouching at the back as if he was almost bored.
We went to the trial, we sat there every day listening to all the evidence they had against him. And of course we didn't know any of this because we couldn't be told beforehand, and some of it was horrific. But when he gave his evidence, it was so cold, so calculated, no emotion. And I thought, you haven't got an emotion in your body.
Personal impact statements were heard from Logan and Ruby's mother, Laura Gray, from Evie's father, Bernard Adams, and Evie's sister, Victoria Astley, each giving a harrowing tale of loss and ongoing suffering at the hands of Jordan Monaghan. However, there was dissatisfaction with the length of this punishment, based on the exceptionally high seriousness of the offending. With no mitigating circumstances and aggravating factors, including long-term psychological damage to Laura Gray and her 3rd child, the fact that Jordan attempted murder on 5 separate occasions, and that the murder of Evie Adams took exceptional planning, it was submitted that the minimum term of 40 years was unduly lenient.
Jordan Monaghan, who was convicted on the 17th of December 2021 of 3 counts of murder and 2 counts of attempted murder. He was sentenced to imprisonment for life with a minimum term of 40 years. However, the court is satisfied that the minimum term imposed by the judge was unduly lenient and substituted a minimum term of 48 years.
Jordan didn't appear in court that day due to what was only listed as minor illness. Instead, he appeared via webcam from His Majesty's Prison, Wakefield.
I wanted to kill him, honestly. I wanted to kill him. If I'd seen him walking across the road, I'd have run him over.
Although no amount of time in prison can bring back the lives of the loved ones lost, hopefully some solace can be found in the fact that Jordan Monaghan will not be eligible for parole until he is in his 70s, ensuring history cannot repeat itself on other women or children who encounter him. Jordan Monaghan is a master manipulator. He gave multiple interviews to the British media, claiming that both of his children had been snatched from him by an unknown medical crisis, gaslighting his fiancée into believing she could be to blame, sending messages from Evie's phone to his own to fabricate suicide, and keeping both Evie and Laura Gray under his thumb despite multiple attempts to leave. Laura Gray is now with a new partner, and she hopes to start a new family in this new happy relationship. She also told media that she would try and remove the word daddy from both Logan and Ruby's tombstones.
I don't think I'll ever be the same. I don't know how you can.
Life and soul at party, won't you? You get up and dance at middle of the floor, you get everybody, go around and drag everybody up. That's the type of person she were. Singing out of tune, top of her voice. What are you trying to sing there? Is it a new song? Huh? I've never heard that one. Of course you have. It don't sound like that to me. Just laugh. You've got to laugh, good times. Yeah, I do miss.
Honestly, Jordan Monaghan is such a monster, and this was such a hard case to talk about. Words can't even describe how disgusted I am in this man, who not only took the life of Evie Adams, but of his own children. Ruby and Logan's lives had barely started, and he took their lives away from them. Honestly, my heart goes out to every single person who's been impacted by these horrible crimes in one way or another. And rest in peace to Logan Monaghan, Ruby Monaghan, and Evie Adams. On the surface, Wendi Andriano appeared to be a caring wife to her husband Joe and a loving mother to their 2 children. But in reality, behind closed doors, Wendi resented her terminally ill husband and wished to be free from him. She hated what her life had become with him, and in fact despised being his caregiver. As her husband's health slowly deteriorated at home, Wendi did everything in her power to try and get a life insurance policy for him. But as Joe was too sick, no company would go through with it, and so she failed time and time again. But then, in the early hours of the 8th of October, a fed-up Wendi decided to take things into her own hands and to end Joe's life prematurely, as things were not moving fast enough in her opinion. Incredibly, when Wendi called 911, she accused Joe of attacking her first, which then caused her to kill him in self-defense.
911, what is your emergency? My husband's dead. What is your name, ma'am? Blood everywhere. My name's Wendi. My husband tried to kill me. He tried to strangle me and I hit him, and then I tried to call 911, and then I didn't want to get involved, and so I stopped, and then he started being mad at me and then tried to take off after me again, and I hit him again.
Was this true? What had really happened that fateful night? Had Wendi really acted in self-defense, or had her patience worn thin, and had she finally decided to take matters into her own hands and brutally murder her husband? Wendi Elizabeth 𝑦𝒂𝒄 was born on the 6th of August, 1970, into a very religious household. Her family travelled around a lot for ministry, which was difficult on her childhood, but despite all this, Wendi still excelled in school. Wendi herself described her upbringing as extremely strict, and she once claimed that her father sexually assaulted her. But when asked about the event, she said she could not remember it, and so people were unsure if this was true, or maybe even a dream. In January of 1994, Wendi married a man called Joseph Andriano, and they had 2 children together, where they then settled in Phoenix, Arizona. 4 years into their marriage, however, Joe fell very ill, and he tried to heal himself through holistic therapy, but this was unsuccessful. After undergoing 3 surgeries to try and remove a recurring tumour in his salivary gland, as well as multiple misdiagnoses, Joe was finally diagnosed with metastatic adenoid cystic carcinoma in 1998. By this time, the cancer had spread to his lungs, and his condition was deemed terminal. And so in the year 2000, he finally agreed to try chemotherapy. Joe's condition did not improve, however, and Wendi naturally became his caregiver, alongside her job as an apartment manager. But Wendi quickly began to resent her increased responsibilities. In her mind, this was not the life and the marriage she had signed up for. She was still a young 30-year-old, and now was forced to look after her 2 young children, as well as her sick husband. She wanted a different life. In time, Wendi began to frequent bars on a weekly basis, and she started having numerous affairs. During the summer of the year 2000, Wendi started seeing a man called Rick, a resident of the apartment complex where she lived and worked as the apartment manager. Rick did not know that Wendi was married and with 2 children, so when he found out, he ended their relationship, but Wendi was not happy about this, and she aggressively pursued Rick. On one occasion, it was said that she stood outside his apartment late at night, banging on his door for 5 minutes, demanding to be let in, but when he wouldn't let her in, she threatened to go and get the master pass key so that she could get into his property herself. During that same summer, Wendi was seen dancing, flirting, and even kissing men in numerous bars. On the 27th of September, Joe had his 4th chemotherapy treatment, and that same evening, Wendi went to a dance club where she met a man and started kissing him. She then brought the man from the club back to her home and proceeded to have sex with him. During a phone conversation the following day, Wendi lied to the man, saying that her husband had died of cancer. One day, Wendi also asked her ex-lover, Rick, if he could pose as her husband, Joe, during one of his hospital checkups. If they could prove that Joe was fit and healthy, they could receive insurance on his life. But despite Wendi offering Rick $10,000 to do this, Rick refused. Throughout the rest of the year, Wendi made several other attempts to obtain insurance on Joe's life through various companies. It is unclear, however, whether Joe was in on this or even if he knew that this was going on, as there's conflicting information. But one thing was clear: Wendi was adamant, and she would do whatever she could to get this life insurance policy. During one pre-screening process with an insurance company, Wendi claimed that Joe did not have cancer. Another company contacted Joe in September after supposedly receiving an electronic pre-application. Joe replied to them by saying that he was not interested in applying, but 3 days later, Wendi sent them back an email from her personal email account asking that Joe's request be reinstated and asking that any further contact be made directly with her and not through Joe. Once again, she also tried asking someone else to pose as Joe. She offered to pay 2 men $50,000 if they could pretend to be Joe during a life insurance physical exam, but once again they both refused. Wendi grew increasingly frustrated and annoyed about this, and she never managed to get her hands on a life insurance policy. With her growing resentment towards Joe, and thinking that he would have died by now, her mind went to a very dark place, and Wendi brought it upon herself to shorten Joe's life and to get rid of him as quickly as possible. On the 7th of October 2000, Wendi, Joe, and their 2 small children attended a barbecue at a friend's house. They returned to their apartment around midnight, and they put the children to bed. At about 2:15 a.m. on the 8th of October, Wendi called a co-worker of hers called Chris, who also lived at the apartment complex. Wendi asked Chris if he could come around their apartment and watch the children so that Wendi could take Joe to the doctor, as he apparently wasn't in a good state. When Chris arrived, Wendi met him outside the apartment, and Wendi told Chris, "I have a problem. Don't ask any questions. My husband's on the floor dying, and I haven't called 911 yet. He doesn't know I haven't called 911. Chris was confused why Wendi hadn't called 911 yet, and Chris urged her to make the call. Wendi went back into the apartment, and Chris followed her in. Wendi then went into another room and finally called 911, asking for help to come.
911, what is your emergency?
My husband's not feeling well. He's kind of turning blue. He vomited on the floor. He says he feels like he's having a heart attack.
Upon entering the apartment, Chris found Joe lying on the living room floor in the fetal position. It was clear to Chris that Joe was having difficulty breathing, and he appeared very weak and had just vomited. As Chris approached him, Joe mustered up the energy to ask Chris for help, adding that he had needed help for a long time, and asking why it was taking the paramedics over 45 minutes to arrive. When Wendi returned into the living room, she asked Chris if she could use his car to drive Joe to the hospital herself, as the ambulance was responding to another call. Wendi then tried to help Joe get to his feet, as he was too weak to do so himself, but when she was unable to get him up, Wendi started shouting at Joe and calling him names and being aggressive towards him. Chris then heard some sirens from outside, so he left the apartment in order to flag them down and to tell them where to go. As the paramedics were unloading their equipment, Wendi ran out of the apartment and shouted at them, telling them to go away, and she then ran back into her home and slammed the door behind her. Chris and the 4 paramedics were immediately confused by Wendi's reaction, and they started knocking on the apartment door, but no one answered. After 5 to 10 minutes of knocking, the paramedics called the Phoenix Fire Department alarm room. The alarm room then proceeded to call Wendi's home in an attempt to get her to open the front door. After a few minutes, the alarm room told the paramedics that they had successfully made contact with Wendi and that she was coming outside to speak with them. But rather than coming through the front door, which opens directly into the living room, Wendi went out through her back door, climbed over the back patio wall, and then walked around the apartment building to the front door, where Chris and the paramedics were standing. Suspiciously, Wendi had also changed her shirt from the last time they had seen her, and her hair was wet. Wendi told the paramedics that Joe was dying of cancer and he had a do not resuscitate order. She explained that this was not the way he wanted to go, and so the paramedics had no choice but to leave without entering the apartment and without checking on Joe. An hour or so later, at 3:39 a.m, Wendi called 911 once again, and this time she was in hysterics, claiming that Joe had attacked her and that she had hit him back in self-defense.
911, what is your emergency? My husband tried to kill me. He tried to strangle me and I hit him, and then I tried to call 911, and then I didn't want to get involved, and so I stopped, and then he started being mad at me and then tried to take off after me again, and I hit him again.
When the same paramedics as earlier arrived, they saw Wendi wearing a bloody t-shirt and standing outside the apartment talking to a police officer. When the paramedics entered the apartment, they found Joe lying on the floor in a pool of blood. He had a deep stab wound to the left side of his neck and lacerations on his head that exposed some brain matter. A broken bar stool covered in blood was found near Joe's body, as were pieces of a lamp, a kitchen knife with blood on the sharp edge, a bloody pillow and a belt. The crime scene looked absolutely brutal, and everyone wondered what had really happened. Had this really been self-defense, or had Wendi had enough and murdered her own terminally ill husband? Wendi claimed that that night she was attempting to assist Joe in taking his own life when they both got scared and decided to call for help. She claimed that after 911 was called, and once Chris had left the apartment to meet the paramedics, Joe decided that he still wanted to follow through with the plan. She said that after the paramedics left, she finally admitted to Joe that she had had an affair. Joe then became violent and tried to choke her with a phone cord, but she was able to reach a knife, cut the cord and free herself. When she put the knife down, Joe bent over to pick it up, grabbing it, saying that he was going to kill himself. In order to stop him, she started hitting him with the bar stool. She claimed that in all the struggle, her hand slipped off the knife and that suddenly there was blood everywhere. She denied that she had stabbed Joe, and that ultimately Joe had slit his own throat. Initially, Wendi managed to escape suspicion, but the investigators couldn't ignore the inconsistencies in her story. As they dug deeper, they uncovered shocking evidence that painted a different picture of the grieving widow she was playing. Investigators looked through Wendi's recent internet search, and they discovered that Wendi had searched online for lethal doses of prescription drugs just days before the murder. A further search of Wendi's storage unit revealed an open cardboard shipping box containing a 500-gram bottle of sodium azide, 2 Tupperware containers containing sodium azide, 9 Q-tips, a plastic knife and fork, and 2 pairs of latex gloves. Wendi's fingerprints were found on some of these items. Investigators also searched through Wendi and Joe's apartment, and they found gelatin capsules filled with sodium azide in a bottle labelled for herbal supplements. Trace amounts of sodium azide were also discovered in the contents of a pot and 2 soup bowls in the kitchen. In all, 20.8 grams of sodium azide could not be accounted for. However, trace amounts of it were found in Joe's blood and gastric contents. Police suspected that maybe Wendi had been trying to poison Joe in the days leading up to the 8th of October. The autopsy also determined that Joe had sustained brain hemorrhaging caused by no fewer than 23 blows to the back of his head, 8 to 10 of which independently could have rendered Joe unconscious. Defense wounds on Joe's hands and wrists indicated, however, that he was conscious for at least part of the attack. Joe also sustained a 3 3/4 inch long by 2 inch wide stab wound to the left side of his neck that extended to his spine and severed his artery. The medical examiner suggested that the blows to Joe's heads were likely sustained before the stab wounds to the neck, and that Joe was likely unconscious when he was stabbed, proving he could not have done it himself, as Wendi had claimed. The blood splatter at the crime scene also showed that Joe was lying down while he was being struck, and he did not get up during the attack. it was clear to investigators that this had been a brutal crime and that Wendy's account of what had happened that fateful night was far from the truth. The attack on Joe had been so brutal and Wendi was obviously lying. So with all the growing evidence against her, she was taken into custody on suspicion of first-degree murder. Four years after the crime, on the 23rd of August 2004, Wendy's murder trial began, and even though she had no prior criminal record, she faced the death penalty. The prosecution presented a compelling case against her, including evidence of her internet searches, phone records, and the testimony of friends and family who revealed her cold-hearted behavior after Joe's death. They also brought up evidence of Wendy's extramarital affairs, proving that she had a motive for killing her husband to be free to pursue other relationships. They also brought up evidence of Wendy's attempts to obtain insurance on Joe's life. Though she had failed to obtain any, it did confirm her plan, knowledge, and intent to kill Joe, and it also showed that she premeditated Joe's murder. In addition, prosecutors alleged that she was tempted by a potentially large yield from a medical malpractice lawsuit filed against Joe's doctors. They attempted to prove that Wendi used a pesticide, sodium azide, to poison her husband, to appear as if Joe's death was the result of a heart attack. Wendy's hairdresser also testified that Wendi had told her in February of 2000 that she would have divorced Joe were he not ill. At a later visit to her hairdressers, Wendi disclosed that Joe wanted to keep the marriage together, but she was emotionally out of it and wished he was dead so she could move on with her life. At another visit to the hairdressers in August, Wendi told her that she was interested in another man who was hesitant to get involved with her because she was already married. The defense, on the other hand, wanted to prove that Wendi was a domestic violence victim who lived in fear of her abusive husband, whom she bludgeoned to death in self-defense. At the trial, Wendi testified in her own defense, and she took the stand for 9 days, claiming she had been battered by her husband. She stated that on that fateful night, after a failed attempt at helping Joe take his own life, Joe flew into a rage after she told him about her affair, and this led to a struggle with a knife and a fight, during which she hit Joe with a bar stool in self-defense. She said that during this struggle, her hand slipped off the knife, and that Joe had ultimately slit his own throat. The defense concluded in their closing argument that Joe had taken his own life that night, and that Wendi was a domestic violence victim who had acted in self-defense. After the intense trial, the jury finally reached a verdict, and on the 18th of November 2004, Wendi Elizabeth Andriano was found guilty of first-degree murder. Her deceitful web of lies had finally caught up with her, and a month later, she was sentenced to death by lethal injection due to the heinousness, cruelty, and depravity of the crime. In 2007, Wendi filed a post-conviction appeal, claiming that evidence of her affairs and efforts to buy life insurance policies for her husband unfairly prejudiced her in front of the jury. She also claimed that jurors were unfairly not allowed to consider lesser charges, such as second-degree murder or manslaughter, but ultimately her conviction was upheld by the Arizona Supreme Court in July of 2007. After her direct appeal was over, Wendi's case entered post-conviction relief. Here, her defense team argued that prosecutor Juan Martinez had unfairly prejudiced the jury because he took every opportunity to infuse the trial with marginally relevant information about her partying and man-chasing, but once again, the Arizona Supreme Court pushed away the allegations. Despite ongoing legal appeals, Wendi, to this day, remains on death row, and she is one of the 3 women on Arizona's death row, the others being Shauna Ford, and Samantha Allen.
The other two women currently on death row are Wendi Andriano and Shauna Ford. Andriano bludgeoned her 33-year-old husband to death with a bar stool and then slit his throat. The medical examiner also found a pesticide in his system. And Ford shot a 29-year-old man and his 9-year-old daughter to death in a home invasion that she orchestrated to rob the family. She believed their home contained drugs and weapons and cash, and she intended to use the proceeds to fund a border watch group.
Wendy's cruel actions towards her terminally ill husband are unimaginable. The steps she took to take his life are completely disgusting, and Wendi was clearly the abuser here, not poor Joe. He was clearly being treated horribly by the woman who was supposed to love and care for him. In his time of need, she completely neglected him, pushed him aside, and planned his death. Joe was obviously taking too long to die in Wendy's eyes, and she wanted to be free from him. I can't begin to imagine how Joe was feeling in his last moments, and as always, I just want to finish this off by saying, rest in peace, Joe, and my heart goes out to all his friends and family, and to everyone who was impacted by Wendy's disgusting and selfish actions. In the early hours of the 7th of November 2014, Joseph Parker called 911 and told the operator the most horrifying thing.
On the 4th, which would have been 2 nights ago at 4 a.m., I shot my wife in the temple of her head. I thought I killed her. I put her in the freezer out in the garage.
Joseph had just confessed to murdering his wife and to then having put her in the freezer, but miraculously, after 48 hours, he believed her to still be alive.
Well, I checked on her tonight, and she's not dead. She got a big hole in the temple of her head, and get her body moved around in there. I think I broke her wrist. She was frozen from being in the thing. She'd been in the thing 48 hours now. You'll see her once you get in the garage. It's a mess. She can't talk. I could get her to blink once, means yes, blink twice, means no. She's been frozen for 2 days. She's frozen solid. It's amazing she's still alive.
He asked the dispatcher to send out paramedics to help his wife, as he said he still loved her and cared for her. But contrary to what Joseph had said, when police arrived at the couple's home, they found Samantha Parker dead and stuffed inside the freezer, her body partially dismembered, and Joseph Parker was nowhere to be found. Was this true? Had Joseph really done this to his own wife? And was Joseph capable of murdering again? The hunt was on, and police urgently tried to find Joseph Parker before he took someone else's life. Samantha Klaus Parker was born on the 16th of August, 1970, in Ohio to her parents David Klaus and Peggy Ann Bryant Klaus. She attended Greenbrier High School and then worked at Baker's Market for several years. Samantha was described as an outgoing person and as someone who loved and enjoyed taking care of other people. Friends and family said she was a free spirit who loved others, was always happy and willing to help anyone who needed her. She loved football, going to Panama City Beach, her grandchildren, going shopping, country music, playing softball, and just spending time with those that she loved. On the other hand, however, very little is known about her husband, Joseph Parker, but it's believed that they married on the 4th of November 2002 and that they had one daughter together in 1992 called Mackenzie. In 2014, Joseph and Samantha were living at 246 Clydesdale Lane in Springfield, Tennessee, and sadly Joseph had lost his job and their house was in foreclosure, so times were difficult for the couple. They did, however, have something to look forward to and to celebrate, as their 12th wedding anniversary was fast approaching on the 4th of November. But despite the happy occasion, something obviously had gone drastically wrong that day, as 48 hours later, Joseph Parker called 911, saying that he had shot his wife in the temple. At 2:45 a.m. on the 7th of November 2014, Joseph Parker called 911 and told the authorities that he had murdered his wife at their home. He told the dispatcher that he had shot his wife in the head with a .38 caliber handgun 2 days ago at about 4 a.m. on their 12th wedding anniversary.
911 location of your emergency.
Yeah, 246 Clydesdale Lane.
In Springfield?
𝑦𝒔
You're in Springfield?
Yeah, Springfield, Tennessee. It's right behind Oakland Farm.
Okay, what's going on?
All right, this is what's happened. I've been married 12 years. On the 4th, which would have been 2 nights ago at 4 a.m., I shot my wife in the temple of her head. I thought I killed her.
Horrifyingly, he then proceeded to tell the dispatcher that he had put her body in the freezer and that she had been there for over 48 hours.
I put her in the freezer out in the garage.
Now, I'm not sure if Joseph was imagining things or if he was purely lying, but shockingly, he then told the dispatcher that he thought his wife was still alive, as when he had last checked on her, she was moving.
Well, I checked on her tonight, and she's not dead. She's got a big hole in the temple of her head, and get her body moved around in there. I think I broke her wrist. You know, she was frozen from being in the thing. She'd been in the thing 48 hours now.
Joseph then told the dispatcher that he had left the property and that he wanted someone to go over and to check on his wife as he still loved her.
No prank call. I need somebody to get out there and help her. I've cleared the premises. I've got away. You know, I'm not going to be there. But I promise you this is a legit call, and I need somebody to get out there and help her because I still love her. It's hard to believe that after that, you know, but, you know, I need to get somebody out there to help her.
Okay, what happened that caused you to do that?
It's a long story. Don't want to get into it. Just want to get into somebody out there to help her. I left the front door open. I left all the lights on in the house, so it would be kind of easy to spot. It's the last house on the right on Clydesdale Lane. But I left the front door open, and she's in the garage. You go through the kitchen to get into the garage. You'll see her once you get in the garage. And man, she can't talk. I could get her blink once means yes, blink twice means no. You know, so I told her I'm going around the road 10, 15 miles. I'm going to call 911 and get you some help out here. I thought she'd been dead 2 days. And when I checked on her, she's still alive. She's been frozen for 2 days. She's frozen solid. It's amazing she's still alive. She's got a big hole in the temple of her head. I shot her with a .38 caliber handgun, and there's a big hole in the temple of her head. I didn't see an exit wound.
The dispatcher then pressed on and asked Joseph more questions, where he then proceeded to tell her that they did not have a history of violence and that the police had never been involved with them.
What is her name?
Samantha Parker.
Is she a white female?
Yes.
How old is she?
43 years old.
And how long ago did you leave there?
An hour ago.
And that's the last time you saw her?
Yes, that's the last time I saw her.
And she was still in the garage?
Still in the garage. I made her as comfortable as I could make her. Tried to drink her water. Move her jaw. She's in bad shape. Really need to get somebody out there to help her.
And the address is 246 Clydesdale Lane?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what is your name?
My name is Joe. I'll just leave it at that. Don't want to get arrested tonight and all that. So we don't have a history of domestic disputes. You know, we've never had to call police or nothing. We just had a real bad night a couple of nights ago, and leaving the gun around, got myself in trouble. So really need somebody to get out there and help her.
Okay, we'll send somebody out there to her.
Joseph then carried on expressing his love towards his wife.
Yeah, I mean, it's like urgent. You know, I think she's dying. You know, she got a big hole where the temple of your head is. You know what I mean?
Right.
So please, you know, I love her. I still love her. You know, I've loved her every day I've been married to her. She's had a rough stretch here. So anyway, checked on her and she's still alive. And now I want to get her somebody to help her that knows what they're doing. And I got to stay out of trouble too. So
The call finished off with Joseph restating the conditions in which he had left his house and how his wife would most likely need medical attention.
Okay, we'll send somebody out there.
What was your first name?
I'm not going to give you my name, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Hey, make a note on there. I left the front door open and all the lights are on. You go to the garage, you can't yell for you. You can't yell. But you go to the garage still. That's where you'll see her once you get to the garage.
Okay, we'll send somebody out there.
If she needs, paramedics, she needs everything. She needs an ambulance. She needs trauma. She's trauma. She's a trauma base. She might need a helicopter. So please get somebody to her.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
When police arrived at the property, they found 44-year-old Samantha Parker in the garage at the home, and she was pronounced dead at the scene. Samantha's body was partially dismembered and stuffed into a freezer, and there was no way that she was alive. Russell Gumpton, Robertson County Emergency Medical Services Assistant Director, said there was no possibility of her being alive at all. He suggested that Joseph Parker was lying or imagining things when he had spoken to the dispatcher. Springfield Police Detective Madison Burnett, the lead investigator on the case, confirmed that Samantha Parker had been shot in the head, but that they weren't exactly sure where she was killed and how she had died. The detective said, "I don't know if we're going to be able to determine when he killed her exactly. I'm not sure at this point whether we'll be able to determine how long she'd been in the freezer." As investigators searched the house, they noticed how clean the home was. One of the detectives said, "It was immaculate, not a speck of dust, spotless. It was real estate clean." Joseph Parker himself, however, was nowhere to be found, and they needed to find him as quickly as possible, so the search was on. After the discovery of his wife's body, dispatchers called Joseph Parker back at about 3:45 a.m. and he told them he was on the interstate, headed to Chattanooga to visit friends. Later that same day at noon, police issued a warrant charging Joseph Parker with Samantha Parker's murder. As the news spread throughout the public of what had happened in the quiet neighborhood in Springfield, the couple's neighbors couldn't contain their shock.
The images of the way this Springfield neighborhood looked 3 days ago
It's just sad.
cannot be shaken from the mind of Brandy Gaines.
I catch myself every time I come outside. I do look over there. I don't know what I'm looking for, but I look, and it makes you just think, the image of just knowing that she was in there, and the way that it happened, it just makes you sad.
Chloe Crabtree, who lived with her parents next door to the Parkers, described Joseph Parker as a very stern man who kept to himself. She said, "I didn't really see them go out. He did. He always parked inside the garage, and I would see him leaving in the mornings. I rarely saw her car leave. They were very quiet, the kind of people who never left the blinds open." Chloe said that the last time she saw Joseph Parker was 2 days before the incident, when he was leaving the couple's home at about 5:30 p.m. However, she said she noticed something strange at the home at about 1:30 a.m. on Friday. "I was walking my dog, and I saw their backlight come on, so someone was definitely in there. I thought it was unusual because they're never really up that early." Another neighbor, Rhonda Haley, had lived across the street from the Parkers for the past 8 years. Haley described the Parkers as a bit reclusive and always keeping to themselves. She said, "I never really talked to them, and I never saw him chatting with neighbors or anything. Usually he would be working in the yard or working on his car. He would wave or nod at you when he drove by." As for Samantha Parker, Haley said she rarely left the house, saying, "It's kind of scary. You don't see that every morning when you get up, that your neighbor has killed his wife, and so it is a little unnerving. Something had to have happened to him or to her, something." As the search progressed, as per the request of the Springfield Police Department, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation added Joseph Parker to its top 10 most wanted list. Police also ended up setting up a command at the Rivergate Toyota dealership, Joseph's old place of work, as Joseph had supposedly threatened to go there and kill multiple people. So with a helicopter flying up overhead, they were prepared in case he did do this. Finally, police were able to ping Joseph Parker's cell phone in Nashville, so they started looking for him there. Metro Nashville police then spotted his white 2007 Toyota Camry driving on the I-65, so they started following it. A car chase had begun, and Joseph Parker was being pursued by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation and the U.S. Marshals Service, in addition to local officials from Tennessee and Kentucky. The car chase, however, came drastically to an end when they stopped Joseph's car near mile marker 12, and inside the vehicle they found Joseph Parker dead, with an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Metro officers followed him all the way to the state line. That's when Kentucky State Police pulled Parker over on Interstate 65.
While units were conveying in on the car, Mr. Parker took his own life while sitting in his white Toyota Camry.
A year to the day after this horrible tragedy, friends and family of the Parkers gathered together to release balloons and to remember Samantha Parker. Samantha and Joseph's daughter, Mackenzie Parker, was present, and she said she was there to honour not only her mother's life, but also her father's, saying, "Today I find myself missing both of them equally. A lot of people ask me why I'm not angry. They showed me what I would like to have in a marriage someday. It was a very bad night, and I think he just snapped. I know my dad lost his job and the house was in foreclosure. The memories and moments are what you want to hold on to." Mackenzie, who was 23 at this point, said she was determined not to relive her worst day as she addressed the crowd of the memorial. She said that coming to terms with the loss of her parents was a daily and sometimes hourly struggle, but memories of happier times together, especially those of her mother, helped her get through her darkest hours. She said, "She was a great mother. She taught me right from wrong. She taught me left from right. She taught me what respect was. She taught me how to be nice, how to love, how to be kind, how to be sweet, you name it. I love her and I miss her, and I will until the end of time. She loved me from the time that I took my first breath until the day that she took her last, and I'm forever grateful for those 22 years of my life with her. That was the hardest thing that I ever had to go through. It was the hardest thing I will ever experience in my life." I'm completely in awe in Mackenzie's strength, but she said that it was by the grace of God that she'd learned to forgive her father, and that despite the pain, the memorial was meant to be a celebration of her mother's life. Samantha Parker's best friend and cousin, Jenny Klaus Shrive, stated that Mackenzie's mother would have been very proud of the way she'd handled the past year, saying, "You have held on with more strength than any person I've ever seen. You've taught us all about forgiveness. We all want to be like you. We love you. To have the forgiveness in your heart and peace. You know she was raised by good parents." Linda Hand, who had known Samantha for 30 years, said, "Everybody knew Sam. She was just so full of life. She was a hard worker and she was so funny. We really miss her for that. She was a really sweet person, a special person." It helps to remember the good times together, and it means a lot for those of us who know Mackenzie, for us to be able to help her get through it, because it was so tough on her. Not only did she lose her mum, but she also lost her dad. Joe Parker was a good guy. I think he just snapped. This case is just so heartbreaking. I guess we'll never really know what caused Joe to murder his wife that day, and exactly how he did it. I think Mackenzie's right. I think that day he must have just snapped. And in my opinion, on the 911 call, Joe doesn't seem to be of sound mind. He sounds intoxicated and slurred to me, but then again, I'm not sure what he would have normally sounded like. Anyway, as always, my heart goes out to everyone impacted by Joe's cruel actions, especially to Mackenzie, who I'm sure has grown up to be an incredible woman today. Her strength and courage during this unimaginable time is so mind-blowing to me, and I hope that wherever she is today, she is doing well, and finally, rest in peace to her mother, Samantha Parker. On the 26th of January 2015, Jan Moffatt went out for a drive after cleaning her house as she needed some fresh air. As she drove around the neighborhood, she suddenly saw a turquoise pickup truck trying to catch up with her in her rearview mirror, and she instantly knew it was her husband, Tim Moffatt. Jan then sped away and made a quick left turn to try and lose him, but as she got to the dead end of a cul-de-sac, Tim caught up with her and slammed into her SUV and then fired a gun, hitting her 4 times.
Please help me!
Yes, what address do you need help?
I'm not in an address, I'm on the road on Myers Road! He's trying to kill me! Come on, get a cop here now!
Okay, who's trying to kill you?
My husband! He's trying to take a truck!
Okay, what?
Road! He's trying to kill me! Come on! He's trying to kill me!
Why had Jan's husband attacked her so suddenly and violently? And would Jan be okay and survive? "17-year-old Jan Marie Karen first laid eyes on 18-year-old Timothy Oliver Moffatt at Clackamas River in 1978, but her friends told her to stay away from him as he was known to be a bit of a ladies' man. The following year, however, in January, the pair officially met whilst they were both working at a chainsaw manufacturing business in Milwaukee. Jan and Tim bonded over their love of the outdoors and their similar sense of humour, and by March of 1979, they were officially dating. Their relationship grew fast, and they were married a few months later in July. A year later, in 1980, the couple's daughter Kristen was born, and they then had their son Travis 2 years later. In the early 1980s, the family of 4 lived in Oregon City, and here, Tim started a business with his father to help detect pipe leaks. Jan occasionally helped and worked at this business, where she answered phones and scheduled appointments. Tim was generous, devoted, and determined, but alongside his good traits, he was also known to be very stubborn and controlling. The couple may have seemed to be happy from the outside, but behind closed doors, Tim's explosive temper was a major issue in their relationship, and he was a very dangerous man. From as early as the 1980s, Tim was violent with Jan. Jan recalled an incident around this time where Tim pulled a gun on her, and she said that during this incident, she stood up for herself, and with the gun pointed at her face, she told him, "Go ahead, I can't stop you if that's what you want to do." Tim then told her that she was braver than he thought she was, and then after this incident, things were supposedly good for a while. But this good time did not last long, and their son Travis recalled how he often saw his mother and father fight, and other times when his mother would slam doors and Tim would then chase her around the house. He said, "They were always arguing over something, lots of stuff behind closed doors." Jan said that Tim pulled a gun on her again in 2006, threatening her, so Jan hid in a closet. Tim told her that he could still shoot her through the wall and hit her if he really wanted to. She then mentioned another incident right before they moved to Canby, where Tim started beating her because he did not like something she had said. She begged Tim to stop, and it was only when she reminded him about her heart issue that he stopped. In 2011, Jan had been diagnosed with heart failure and she needed a heart transplant. During the time where she was waiting for her new heart, Tim would tell her that she wouldn't get a new heart and that she would die in surgery. Naturally, Jan got depressed around this time, but she got help and tried to improve her mental health. But once the surgery came around, things supposedly turned around again, and loving Tim came out, and he nursed her through the long recovery and stood by her, and once again, things got better for a while. But by 2012, Jan once again noticed a change in her husband. Tim was more critical, ridiculing what she wore, how she styled her hair, her choice of perfume, and was increasingly abusive to her, physically and verbally. Tim did not like his wife having male or female friends, or her being on Facebook. Tim's mental health took a turn for the worst, and depression overtook him. When Jan urged him to see a doctor, like she had, he told her not to worry, and that he would conquer his demons on his own. Over the next 2 years, he threatened to end his own life several times. He even suggested to Jan that they kill each other, and she would respond by telling him, "Not today." Through 2014, the violence continued, and one day Tim pinned her to the floor during an argument, and she had trouble breathing. 3 months later, he twisted her arm and knocked her to the ground during another dispute, but she still did not call the police. Up until now, she had never called the police as she loved her husband. She said, "I loved him and forgave him for that, and for a lot of things. Because you love somebody, sometimes you adapt to things you think are normal that really aren't." But finally, on the 18th of December 2014, during an incident when Tim had pinned her down, kicked her and knocked her over, she sustained a black eye and hit her elbow on the treadmill, so she finally called 911. Police arrested Tim on suspicion of 4th-degree assault and harassment, and Jan went to the hospital alone and got x-rays. Whilst in hospital, she spoke to staff who advised her to get a restraining order. She said, "I was told that if I stayed with Tim, that I was going to be a statistic. I always knew Tim was capable, but I didn't want to believe that the person I love would actually kill me." But despite these thoughts, this incident was the last straw for Jan, and she did get a restraining order against her husband. Their son Travis bailed his father out, and Tim went to live with him about a mile away from the family home. Jan said that this was one of the hardest things she'd ever done, and she cried when she thought of never speaking to her husband again, but she knew that she had to protect herself, as he inevitably would hurt her again. But the restraining order didn't stop Tim from reaching out to his wife by phone or through their son, but she refused to talk to him. Jan changed her phone and changed the locks of the home, and some nights, while she was home alone, she said she pressed furniture up against the doors in case Tim tried to burst in, but he never did. On the 25th of January 2015, Jan was moving forward with her life, and she went for lunch with her son Travis. During their lunch together, Jan told her son that she was getting an attorney to divorce his father. When Travis went back to his home, where his father Tim was living with him, Tim drilled his son for information about Jan. Travis finally told his father what Jan had told him, that Jan wanted a divorce, and Tim responded by saying that this was not okay and that they were not getting a divorce. On the 26th of January 2015, Tim went to work early with his son Travis until about 10 a.m. Tim later called Travis around midday and told his son that he was in a bad spot, and Travis responded by telling him that he needed to go and get help. Tim told Travis that he loved him and then hung up the phone. That same day, Jan was cleaning the house and getting ready to move, as she had decided to look for a new place to live. She decided to take a break from the cleaning and headed over to Starbucks. Whilst driving home, Jan's phone rang, and it was Tim. She picked up and they briefly spoke, and during this phone call, Jan told Tim that she wanted a divorce, and she then asked him not to call again. After she hung up, Tim called her twice, but she did not pick up again. Knowing that her conversation had most likely upset Tim, she started to worry that he would try and hurt her, so she drove to the church in Oregon City and started pacing around the parking lot for at least 20 minutes, and then she got back into her SUV and asked God to protect her, and then drove home. Back at the house, her nerves did not go away, and she decided to go back outside for a drive to help ease her stress and to clear her mind. As she was about half a mile away from her son's home, she saw a turquoise pickup truck behind her, which she immediately recognized as Tim's. Jan sped away and made a quick left turn to try and lose him. With Tim caught off guard by the sudden turn, he crashed through a wooden fence whilst trying to keep up. He then drove through the front yard and into the side of a home. Jan stopped her SUV and glanced in her rearview mirror and looked over her shoulder at Tim to make sure he was alright, but then she heard some gunshots. Jan immediately stepped on the gas and tried to drive away as she dialed 911. As she made the call, Tim managed to drive out of the yard and he started chasing her.
911, what's the location of the emergency? Please help me! Yes, what address do you need help? I'm not on an address, I'm on a road on Myers Road! He's trying to kill me! Which road are you on? Myers Road in Oregon City! Okay, do you have an address? Listen. Kathy Lee, come on, get a cop here now! Okay, who's trying to kill you? My husband! He's driving a turquoise pickup truck! Okay, what? He's trying to kill me! Come on! He's trying to die!
Jan eventually turned right off Squire Road to avoid the nearby elementary school, and she stopped at a dead end. Tim followed her, slamming into her SUV, and he fired the gun again. This time, however, Tim hit Jan in the left side of her body 4 times.
And what kind of gun does he have? Man, I've got... Man, take Take a deep breath so I can understand you. Ma'am?
Jan managed to crawl across the front seat of her car and she fled out of the passenger side door. She stumbled back down Squire Road for about a block and then turned onto Tony Court, a cul-de-sac neighbourhood. Luckily, at this exact moment, she saw a woman coming out of her home and Jan headed directly towards her. This neighbour caught sight of Jan and then immediately stepped into action and helped her.
I've already got help coming. I need you to tell me Squire and what?
I'm Glenn. I'm on Glenn. Squire.
Just a minute.
I'm walking. He shot me.
Okay, you're on Squire at Glenview Court?
He shot me.
Okay, where did he shoot you?
In the chest.
In the chest?
He's over there. I can't breathe. Get on my back.
Okay, hold on just a moment.
There's a drummer on the hood. I just have to walk.
Courageously, the neighbour brought blood-soaked Jan through into her garage and immediately put pressure on her wounds. As they were scared that Tim was still outside and could come and find them, she closed the garage door to hide them and to keep them safe.
Hurry! He's coming! He's going to brush! Go in the front. Close the door. Lay down on my floor. Close. Lay down. Lay down on my floor. Lay down. Lay down. We're safe. We're safe. We're safe. She's not going to come. Oh.
And did this start at their home? Which, ma'am? Was she riding in the truck with him and she got out or what?
You need to calm for your blood. You need to calm yourself now, okay? Because your blood is going to be running too fast.
Ma'am, we don't know where he is, correct, in the turquoise pickup?
Correct.
And she just was walking and came to your house, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know these people at all, right? She was just on the street and came to your house?
Correct.
Okay.
I just came home and started walking down the street.
How's she doing?
A lot of blood.
Okay.
Come through her back.
Like about how much blood would you say?
A lot. I don't even know. She needs help fast.
The neighbour then stayed on the phone with an emergency dispatcher until police finally arrived.
The police are out there. I can hear them. They're making sure it's safe. Okay?
I'm checking with the radio dispatcher to see when it's okay for you to open the garage door, okay?
My name's Andy. I'm a detective with the Oregon City Police Department.
Hi.
We're going to help you, okay?
I'm a heart transplant patient.
Hey, she has a heart transplant. Hey, let him know.
I tried.
In through your nose, out your mouth.
Finally, police arrived and they kept Jan talking and kept pressure on her wounds as they loaded her into an ambulance and took her to the OHSU hospital. Meanwhile, Tim was found in his turquoise pickup truck with a self-inflicted gunshot wound, and he was quickly taken to Legacy Emmanuel, another hospital 5 miles away from Jan. Jan was seriously injured. Bullets had hit her left arm, collarbone and lung and brushed one of her ears. But miraculously, after spending 12 days in hospital, she survived and recovered. Tim, on the other hand, had suffered a traumatic brain injury from the self-inflicted gunshot, and he was put on a ventilator to keep him alive. Jan and Tim's children, Travis and Kristen, shuttled between the 2 Portland hospitals during this difficult time, being there for both their parents. After a search of Travis's home, where Tim had been staying at the time of the shooting, they found a 3-page note from Tim on a desk. In this note, he said that he intended to end his life if he couldn't convince Jan to stay with him. He said that he loved her and that he was going to call her one last time to try and persuade her not to divorce him. The note said, "I can't take any more hurt. I love you, Jan. I never cheated, and I have tried to get through this. It's just too much. I know this is bad for the ones left behind, but I can't see a way forward. I am going to call you one last time. I know that this means I am violating the no contact order, and if you tell them, they will come for me and put me in jail. I will not let this happen. To end my life is to at least stop my pain. I have physical and mental. I loved you, and you once loved me. I know. I don't know how you could have gotten to this point. I have been praying and trying to recover my faith that was lost. I was hoping to get back on track with our lives. I lost 35 pounds in hope to surprise you and make you love me again. I tried to understand how we got here, and I guess it must be my fault somehow." He wrote about the good times and how he was sorry he had failed her, saying, "Jan, I will miss your sweet kisses, your beautiful face, and the way you felt with me. When things were good, it was heaven, and I couldn't have been more complete when I was in your arm, and you in mine. I remember not long ago we made love, and you fell asleep in my arms. That was wonderful. I am going to take that thought with me as I go. I am sorry I failed you." He ended the note by saying that he was about to call her, and that if she still wanted a divorce, that this was the end for him. "I'm going to call Jan now and see what her answer is. If it's no and she calls the cops, it's over for me. Goodbye to you all." Despite Jan's miraculous recovery, things were not looking good for Tim, and in the end, Jan herself had to make the most difficult decision. Doctors believed that Tim had no brain activity, so as his legal next of kin, the decision was down to her. Years ago, Jan and Tim decided that neither wanted a machine to keep them alive, and that Tim always wanted a quick death. So after speaking with her children and other family members, Jan made her decision.
I had to pull the plug the next day because I'm his wife. Even though people like me were separated, separation only because of a restraining order. We were not divorced. I am his widow.
When the moment came, Travis held a phone up to Tim's ear, and Jan spoke to him from her hospital bed. She told Tim that she didn't understand why he attacked her, but he would always be the love of her life. And Jan said goodbye to her husband as his life support was switched off, and Tim was pronounced dead at 6:50 p.m.
Even when I was in pain and hurting, I made that phone call, but even though Tim was not there, I wanted to say goodbye to him. I told him I loved him and that I would miss him and that he would always be the love of my life, because he was. And in spite of my pain, I looked past that, and then I wanted them to unplug him and let him out of his pain.
Jan and Tim's daughter, Kristen, told police that she hadn't spoken to her mother since her father was arrested, but that she had spoken to her father on the day before the shooting. He told her that he wanted to take care of her mother, even if they weren't together, and that he couldn't live without her. Kristen told police that her dad was probably clinically depressed, but was never diagnosed. Travis and Kristen knew their father had threatened ending his life, but neither thought he would actually go through with it. Jan said that she believes Tim's depression drove him to attack her, and said that despite what she had gone through and what he had done, that she still loved him, and that that night he was a different man.
Yes, he tried to hurt me, he tried to kill me, but it wasn't that's not the man I married.
To this day, Jan still wears 2 wedding rings on her right hand. One is a ring that Tim bought her for $600 when they were getting married, and the other is a ring he bought her in 2013, a show of faith that they would both renew efforts to fix their marriage. She said, "I wear it because it's the last thing he bought me. It's a reminder to me that we were trying, but it didn't work." Jan says she still has nerve damage in her left arm that leaves a constant tingling from her elbow to her fingers. She said, "I try to take it one day at a time. I still have memories of Tim because there are a lot of good ones, but I know that I have to let him go."
There was times that he was wonderful. I got 2 wonderful children that are a mix of both of us, and they have so many wonderful things about their father in them. I have pictures, I have memories of somebody that I can't erase them. I always felt when Tim held me and put his arms around me, safe. The abuse got to the point that it was time for me to realize, for me to survive, I had to end it.
At the end of the day, Jan knew she was in a dangerous relationship, and she knew that she had to get out to save her life. Tim was blinded by love, and he could not see the pain and danger he was putting his wife through. He obviously couldn't take accountability for why Jan wanted to leave him, And despite knowing and accepting that his mental health was at an all-time low, he didn't ask for help despite his family telling him to. He decided to fight his demons himself, and this drove him to brutally attack his wife, the woman he said he loved, and then take his own life. I can't imagine the pain and suffering Travis and Kristen must have gone through to have both their parents clinging onto dear life and to then having to see their father slip away. I hope that they're both doing okay today and that Jan has managed to move on and that hopefully somehow she's got closure and managed to start a new path in her life. On the 23rd of February 1991, Dan Willoughby and his wife, Trish Willoughby, arrived in Mexico with their 3 children for a family holiday. Later that afternoon, Dan and the children headed off to the nearby museum, whilst Trish stayed behind to have a nap, as she said she was very tired. When the family returned home 2 hours later, the children excitedly ran into their mother's room to tell her what they had seen at the museum. But to their utmost horror, they found their mother lying in bed, covered in blood and clinging onto life. When police arrived at the crime scene, Dan told them that over $400 in cash and 2 rings were missing, so detectives thought it might have been a robbery gone wrong. 10 days later, however, a woman was arrested, and in her possession they found the missing jewelry Dan had described, including Trish's wedding ring. As the police got further into their investigation, they quickly realized that this woman was not just a random woman. It turned out she was incredibly closely connected to the family, but by the time they had made this connection and figured out that she may have been involved in Trish's murder, the woman had been released from police custody and was now missing. Who was this woman, and where was she? How did she know the family so well? And was she really involved in Trish's murder? And if she was, had she acted alone? Patricia Trish Toland was born on the 5th of June 1948 in Washington, and Dan Willoughby was born on the 28th of May 1939. The pair met and married in 1976, and 3 years later they moved to the Valley in Arizona, where Trisha's mother, Thera, also lived, and Dan and Trisha had 3 children together. Whilst living close to one another, Trish and her mother, Thera, launched into a series of business ventures together, and in time, one of the companies, which sold herbal supplements, became incredibly successful, gaining millions in sales and quickly becoming worth over $2.5 million. Dan worked as a sales manager for an international air freight company, and in 1985, he became the head of the Phoenix division of Air Express International. Here he became known as Disco Danny because of his love of partying. One of his colleagues said, "He is kind of a wild man. When I heard he was a deacon at his church, I almost died laughing. He loved to drink." The colleague was referring in particular to the Mormon Church's health code, which prohibits alcohol. In July of 1990, however, Dan lost his job, and his colleagues said that he was fired because he was paying too little attention to his job and running his expense accounts too high. Over the next year or so, Dan became more of a household husband, taking care of the 3 Willoughby children and merely dabbling in the herbal supplements business, to which Trish was devoting all of her time. Trish, who had long overseen the family's finances, was now also the sole breadwinner. Trish was eager to formulate a financial plan that would outlast her and help support her and others forever. She preferred to invest the money she made back into the business rather than spend it all on a lavish lifestyle. Because of this, she and her mother, Thera, decided to take out $750,000 life insurance policies upon each other so that if anything were to happen in the future, their families would be protected and looked after. Dan Willoughby was not known to be a loyal man, and in 1990 he met Yesenia Patino Gonzalez. Yesenia was a lot younger than Dan, and she was born in 1956 in Mexico. She was the child of Mexican farm laborers, and she was the second of 8 children, having 5 brothers and 2 sisters. In 1962, when she was 6 years old, her family immigrated to the United States. When she grew up, she started hustling men in bars and on the streets, and she occasionally supplemented her income by shoplifting. She lived all over the world, but by the late 1980s, Jesenia moved to Mesa, Arizona, to be near her family. One day in 1990, she and a friend were waiting at a bus stop when a man in a Jaguar drove close by. As Jesenia was waiting, she unwrapped a Reese's peanut butter cup and dropped the wrapper to the ground.
I started unwrapping the Reese's peanut butter cup and walking the street. I started throwing the paper like this. All of a sudden, I saw this car driving by, a Jaguar.
As this happened, Dan Willoughby pulled up next to them and jokingly reprimanded her for littering. He then offered Jesenia and her friend a ride and drove them to the mall. When Dan dropped them off, he gave Jesenia his number and offered to buy her a drink sometime.
He hands me out his business card and he says to me, "Call me so I can take you out for a holiday drink."
Dan and Jesenia met for drinks a few days later, and Dan wanted to discuss some business with her. By this point, Dan was still working at Air Express International, and his company had a lot of contacts in Mexico. As he was trying to acquire other business contacts south of the border, he thought it would be a good idea to learn Spanish, and so he asked her to be his Spanish teacher. Jesenia agreed, and just a few weeks later, Dan invited her to his home, where she met his family, and Dan introduced her as his Spanish teacher. But behind closed doors, Dan and Jesenia's relationship was much more than just student and teacher. Very quickly, Dan and Jesenia began seeing each other frequently, and an affair began. Jesenia started accompanying Dan on a few business trips to Mexico, and he started spoiling her. Dan was able to give Jesenia a lifestyle that she had never experienced before, and soon enough, she moved to a nicer apartment right down the road from the Willoughby's house, and Dan paid for it. Jesenia said, "Dan had me living up within half a mile from where they lived, where their actual house was. He would take the kids over there in the afternoons to swim in the pool, so the four of them would be out by the pool, and Dan would have his Spanish homework papers, and he would be basically studying Spanish." In July of 1990, however, his need for Spanish came to an end when he was fired from the air freight company. But this did not stop the affair, and Dan and Jesenia kept seeing each other. Dan continued to pay Jesenia's bills and for her lavish lifestyle. But by this point, as Dan was unemployed, Trish was the one covering all these costs. And naturally, Trish became very suspicious.
She's paying for everything. And Dan is doing nothing. Except just running around and having a ball and charging.
Trish's mother, Thera, said she couldn't even find him on the cell phone. She could never find him. She could never find him anywhere. And I kept telling her, "Trish, something is going on. There's something wrong here. Why? Why can't you get in touch with Dan?" In the fall of 1990, Trish decided to confront her husband, and when she couldn't reach him, she went over to his Spanish teacher's apartment. When Trish got to Jesenia's apartment, she went straight to the bedroom and switched on the lights, where she caught her husband alone but putting his shirt back on.
One early evening, Dan was there with me, and we were at my bathroom, and I had the sliding door open, and I heard Trish's voice calling Dan. I said, "Dan, your wife is here." She walks in and goes straight to the bathroom, tried to turn the light on switch on, and saw Dan put his shirt on. She didn't see me because I hide it.
It turned out Jesenia had heard her coming and was hiding in the room, so Trish didn't see her. Later that same day, Dan called Jesenia to let her know that Trish was onto them and that she was coming to speak to her. Dan told Jesenia to deny everything and to just tell Trish that she was still his Spanish teacher. When Trish finally found Jesenia, she told her, "My understanding, Jesenia, is that you're going out with my husband." And as Dan had told her, Jesenia denied it and even volunteered to stop tutoring Dan if it was causing problems in his marriage. But this was obviously not true, and Jesenia and Dan continued to see each other. In 1990, Dan Willoughby gifted his wife Trish a family trip to Rocky Point in Mexico for Christmas. He rented a condo at Las Conchas Beach for a weekend in February in 1991 for the couple and their 3 children. The family arrived in the afternoon of the 23rd of February, and Dan said he would take the children to the nearby museum to entertain them. Trish decided to stay behind and to take a nap, as she said she was very tired. Dan loaded the kids into the car, but then returned inside the house to go and fetch his passport. Whilst the children waited in the car for their father, the eldest daughter decided she wanted to get a snack from inside the house, as her father was taking a while getting his passport. As she tried to enter the house, she noticed that the front door was locked, and as she tried to open it, her father suddenly answered the door and told her to go and wait in the car, so she headed back. 5 minutes or so later, their father returned, and they drove off to the museum. 2 hours later, Dan and the children returned from the trip, and Dan told them, "Go on and tell your mum what you saw at the museum." Trish was still in the bedroom taking her nap, so the kids ran over to the room, but as they entered the bedroom, they found their mother in bed with a pillow over her head, covered in blood, and with a butter knife protruding from her head. She was still alive, but she was barely clinging on to life. Dan immediately gathered the children and rushed out of the house and drove to the Red Cross station to get help. An ambulance was dispatched from the station to the condo, and Trish was loaded into it, but Dan didn't accompany her on the rides to the hospital. Instead, he stayed at the condo for as long as 20 minutes before finally setting out for the hospital. He then turned the car around because he saw the police arriving. He spoke with the police for another 20 minutes and then finally headed for his wife's bedside. Tragically, however, Trish succumbed to her injuries later that day, and she was pronounced dead at the Santa Fe clinic at 6:45 p.m. That night, Dan moved his family from the site of Trish's murder to a motel. Antonio Silva, the manager of the motel, was amazed by Dan's mood, considering what unspeakable tragedy had just occurred. He said, "He acted just like a normal person who had had nothing happen to him. He was laughing, just like a tourist, nothing more. We know that Americans are hard-hearted, not like a Latin. His sentiments are different from a Latin's, but how could it have been that he did not appear to feel anything at all?" When the Mexican police arrived, they took a few Polaroid pictures of the crime scene, but they didn't have proper equipment to do forensic evidence and fingerprinting at the time. No autopsy was performed on Trish either, and her body was quickly transported back to Arizona for her burial. Following Trish's death, Dan Willoughby told the Mexican police that she had apparently been murdered during a robbery. He described to the authorities that jewelry was stolen, including his wife's wedding ring, and he drew a picture of the ring for the police. The crime scene itself also looked like a robbery, as items were thrown around the apartment. Dan was still brought in for questioning by the Mexican authorities, but he told them that he and his wife were happily married, and he was later released. But immediately after the murder, detectives back in Arizona began getting some interesting tips. Firstly, Trish's mother started telling several people, including an investigator from the Arizona Attorney General's office, that Dan might have committed the murder. Several tipsters also claimed that the Dan they knew had been cheating on his wife for years. Apparently, when Dan was still employed, he would often use the office restroom and come out smelling like strong cologne. He would say he was going to Digital, one of the companies they did business with, but everyone knew that when Dan said he was going to Digital, it meant he would be with a woman for the rest of the afternoon. Detective Joseph Threwett recalled, "We received numerous calls from people telling us, 'I can't believe he finally killed his wife.' And I said, 'Who?' And they said, 'Dan Willoughby. I can't believe Dan Willoughby finally killed his wife.'" Plenty of these callers also provided police with the name of Dan's current girlfriend, Yesenia Patino. This immediately prompted an investigation, which revealed that although he said he was happily married, this was in fact a lie, and Dan had been unhappy with his wife for years, and he was regularly cheating on her. It also became known that upon Trish's death, Dan would stand to inherit Trish's position in her business and gain millions by her death. A little further digging from the police reveals that Dan paid the rent for Yesenia's apartment, her monthly dues at a local health club, and he also put money in the joint checking accounts that the couple shared. He also bought a set of his and hers diamond rings, and he and Yesenia were engaged to be married. They had been engaged in the fall of 1990, when both Dan and Yesenia had assured Trish that their relationship was nothing more than student and teacher. Arizona detectives brought Dan in for questioning, but still he behaved like a grieving husband. But his composure completely changed when detectives inquired about the money he stood to inherit from Trish's death. According to detectives, when the issue of finances came up, he was notably perspiring. Dan acknowledged that he would gain several $1 million from Trish's death through the business assets and the life insurance policy. But he also yet again insisted that he was happily married, and he denied that he was having an affair with anyone. Within 10 days of the murder, Yesenia Patino was brought in for questioning, and in her possession they found the jewelry Dan had described, including what they thought was Trish's wedding ring. Yesenia said she had bought that ring from a man that she didn't know on the beach on the day of Trish's murder. She also denied in being involved in the murder itself, but she did admit to being in Mexico that day, partying with friends. Investigators were incredibly suspicious of Yesenia at this point, and they were sure the jewelry they found on her was Trish's, so they called Trish's mother Thera so that she could positively ID the rings. And Thera did just that. She saw the jewelry and confirmed that they were in fact her daughter's jewelry. Investigators now needed physical proof to tie Yesenia to the scene of the crime, but they didn't have anything just yet. As Yesenia had a shoplifting warrant from an adjoining jurisdiction, the Mesa police ended up arresting her on that warrant in order to give them more time. When they asked her for her ID, Yesenia gave them a social security card, but this card said it belonged to a man called Alfredo Patino. Police were confused who Alfredo Patino was and why she had his ID. Thinking maybe this was her brother, they asked her who Alfredo was, and Yesenia replied that it was her. When they ran a background check on Alfredo Patino, they discovered that he had a criminal record and had previously been arrested in Oregon for male prostitution. Police learned that Yesenia had had a gender reassignment operation in the 1980s, apparently unbeknownst to Dan. On March 4th, 1991, Arizona investigators flew to Mexico to conduct their own investigation of the crime scene and hopefully find some evidence to link Yesenia or Dan to the crime. When they arrived, they discovered fingerprints on a Coke bottle in the kitchen, and they immediately sent these off for testing. A day later, the fingerprints came back as a match to Yesenia, but it was too late. Yesenia had been released on bail and had disappeared, so an extensive search for her began.
They released me without restrictions. They just said, okay, you're ready to go.
Trish's family blanketed the border with posters offering a reward for information leading to Yesenia's capture. They bought advertising space and they put up missing posters on the side of buses, and they kept Yesenia's picture in the news. In December of 1991, the media exposure finally paid off when Crime Stoppers got a phone call from someone who said they saw Yesenia working in a bar in Mexico. On the 6th of December 1991, Yesenia was finally arrested in a crowded cantina, and she was ready to confess. She said, "I was working there and had a good time there, but I was afraid. I was afraid that I would get arrested sooner or later." In a detailed confession, Yesenia told the police that it all started 3 months before Trish was killed, when Trish confronted her about the affair. Yesenia said she gave Dan an ultimatum at that point, her or Trish. Yesenia claims that Dan initially agreed to divorce his wife, but a few days later, he suggested an alternative plan. On the way to the gym, Dan told Yesenia about a plan to murder his wife, adding that he wanted the satisfaction of killing Trish. Yesenia claims that Dan mentioned drowning Trish while scuba diving or pushing her off a cliff at a different time. Since Dan couldn't afford a divorce and he depended on Trish's income for his and Yesenia's lifestyle, divorce wouldn't work. He told Yesenia he would be taken to the cleaners if he tried to divorce Trish. Yesenia said she eventually agreed to the murder plan once Dan promised he would use the crime's payoff to move to Mexico with Yesenia. Dan said, according to Yesenia, "Yesenia, I can't do it myself. In order for us to be together forever, you're going to have to help me." Dan and Yesenia made 2 trips from Phoenix to Rocky Point before the murder to find the perfect place for the killing and to go over their plans. Dan ended up renting a condo in Rocky Point, somewhat removed from the others in the area, and he paid for the property in cash. In Phoenix, Dan showed Yesenia a weapon, described as a homemade mace consisting of a heavy ball attached by rope to a handle. He said he would use it to kill Trish. Dan arranged for Yesenia's brother to take her to Rocky Point on the day of the murder. Yesenia claimed it was her job to sneak into the vacation house and to make Trish's death look like a robbery. On the day of the killing, Dan met Yesenia and her brother on the beach at Rocky Point and spoke. Dan then returned to the condo, where he proceeded to bludgeon Trish in her sleep. Yesenia then left her brother at a park and drove to a spot with a view of the condo. After she saw Dan and the children leave for the museum, Yesenia went inside and entered through the back door. Taking knives from the kitchen, Yesenia went to the bedroom and she saw Trish lying in a pool of blood. She said Trish was still breathing, and with each breath she made a gurgling sound. Yesenia then stabbed and strangled Trish. Yesenia claimed, however, that she did this as an act of mercy, as she could hear Trish moaning and suffering, so she tried to finish her off by putting a butter knife into her temple. After taking Trish's rings and money and scattering the contents of Trish's purse, Yesenia fled, meeting her brother for the return trip to Arizona. At the border, a United States Customs agent understood Yesenia to say that she and her brother were going to a store just across the border. When the agent saw that they did not go there, she had them returned to the port of entry and searched. Trish's rings were discovered in Yesenia's pocket, but because no contraband was discovered, Yesenia and her brother were released, and they immediately returned to Phoenix. The day after Yesenia's confession, Dan Willoughby was arrested. Investigators found out that after the murder, Dan had tried very hard to take steps to cover his tracks. Dan had told Yesenia to leave Phoenix, and she returned to Mexico. He also called a meeting of his neighbors, at which he denied involvement in the killing and tried to dissuade them from talking to the police. He also asked Yesenia's brother to lie to the police about seeing Dan in Mexico. He also called his travel agents to have the trip information to Mexico removed from the agent's computer. He also asked his former secretary to tell police he was a wonderful family man and told her to threaten a co-worker to prevent him from telling police about Dan and Yesenia. He also lied to investigators, saying the guards at the condo had seen 3 Indians in a black pickup truck in the area. He also collected an older life insurance policy for his wife, but was unsuccessful in collecting on the policy purchased to fund the buyout agreement between Trish and her mother. In April of 1992, Dan Willoughby's murder trial began in the United States. Arizona authorities said they brought charges against him because the crime was planned in their state and he engineered the murder plot. Yesenia ended up being a key prosecution witness in the case against Dan, which granted her immunity in the United States. In return for turning state's evidence, the state agreed to not prosecute Yesenia and to try to have her sentence reduced in Mexico. At Dan Willoughby's trial, Yesenia testified that she and Dan participated in the murder of Trish. Yesenia testified that at various times, Dan discussed buying a firearm silencer in Mexico, or drowning Trish while scuba diving, or pushing her off a cliff at the Grand Canyon. In May of 1990, during a dinner with Yesenia and another man, Dan said, "I think I will take her to Mexico and get rid of her." He later made similar statements to them at a restaurant in Cottonwood in Arizona. He also discussed having his mafia connections kill her. During the trial, prosecutors said Dan Willoughby plans to use his wife's life insurance to pay for his and Yesenia's lavish lifestyle. The authorities believed financial motives played a role in the murder. Dan stood to gain Trish's share of the business, in addition to the hefty life insurance policy money. Trish and her mother were sole partners in a business worth over $2.5 million, and in 1990 they had an income of $325,000. Dan began discussing with Trish and her mother the disposition of their business should one of them die. He eventually convinced them to adopt an insurance-funded buyout agreement. Several insurance policies covered Trish, including a $750,000 policy purchased just months before her murder. Evidence against Dan also came from his eldest daughter, who said that once she tried to return to the house from the car the day of the murder, she found the door locked. When her father unlocked the front door, he answered it, and she witnessed him tucking his shirt into his trousers. She said that this shirt he was tucking in was different to the one he had on when he entered the house just 10 minutes earlier. This proved he had changed his shirt very close to the time Trish was murdered. Dan Willoughby's lawyer, David Ochoa, contended that Yesenia Patino was a jealous lover who orchestrated the killing, then lied in court in hopes of winning a lighter sentence. And Dan Willoughby told the judge that the worst thing he did was commit adultery. Dan said, "In this case, I helped the wrong person, not in murder, not in conspiracy, but in something I'm ashamed of." Dan Willoughby spent about half an hour addressing the court before being sentenced, tearfully professing his innocence and saying that his wife was taken from him, not by him. In the end, however, in May of 1992, the jury found Dan Willoughby guilty of murder and he was sentenced to death. The sentencing judge found factors that required the death sentence. Among them was that Dan Willoughby sought monetary gain from the killing, and another was that the crime itself was so heinous he had bludgeoned her to death.
I couldn't believe it. I mean, I believed in the justice system. I believed that an innocent man would not be convicted.
Following Dan's trial, Yesenia returns to Mexico and pleaded guilty to murder. Yesenia expected to be granted leniency because of her plea and her cooperation, but in the end, a Mexican judge sentenced her to the maximum sentence, 35 years in prison. This was not the end, however, as Yesenia surprised everyone in 1995, 3 years after the murder case was closed, when she wrote a letter to the judge who had sentenced Dan to death, claiming that she had murdered Trish all by herself and that Dan Willoughby had nothing to do with it. Arizona authorities immediately flew to Mexico to interview Yesenia, and she told them a new story. Her new story stated that she had snuck into the house after Dan had left with the kids and then bludgeoned Trish to death herself.
I sneaked in and I told Trish that was lying, facing up, stretched out at the edge of the bed, was reading some kind of a pamphlet that said mental. And I went in, and when she felt there was something there beside her, she went like that, and she was going to say something to me. Before she said anything, I struck her like this.
Okay.
People close to Trish and to the case were very confused about Yesenia's actions and wondered why she was now saying this.
She's the only one that knows how that crime was committed because she did it. But from what she says in that video deposition, and from what my attorneys depicted from that, yes, it's a truthful, honest video deposition.
Some believed that Yesenia was doing this in order to keep the attention on herself and to keep the story in the limelight. Others said it was because she was angry that the authorities had not given her a reduced sentence like they had originally said if she testified against Dan. Yesenia herself said she did this because she was upset that the ring Dan had bought her was not returned to her and was kept as state evidence. She also said that she wanted to clear her conscience.
Why have you agreed to give this statement today? Why are you doing this?
I'm doing this because I want to be at peace and let the public know what really happened, and I'll be better with myself.
Then in November of 1999, a judge overturns Dan's conviction, agreeing that his attorney had not done a proper job representing him. Dan Willoughby faced a new jury, and this time the prosecution did not seek the death penalty because they said they could no longer rely on Yesenia's testimony. The new trial began in 2001, and once again, Yesenia surprised everyone by taking the stand and going back to her original story and confession. She told everyone the exact same story she had at the first trial. Both her and Dan were involved in the murder. A forensic scientist testified that blood spatter at the scene was consistent with Yesenia's original testimony and not the recent confession in her letter. The scientists said that the forensics indicated that Trish's body had endured 2 attacks at 2 separate times, which was consistent with Dan bludgeoning her and then Yesenia coming in and also attacking her. Once again, the jury found Dan Willoughby guilty of murder and conspiracy to commit murder in November of 2001.
We, the jury, do find the defendant, Daniel Hayden Willoughby, guilty of count 2, first-degree murder.
And 3 months later, in January 2002, Dan was sentenced to consecutive terms of life with the possibility of parole after 25 years, meaning he would be eligible for parole after 50 years. Now, there's not a huge lot of information about what happened following Trish's murder and the trial, but I did manage to find out a few things. Not only were the numerous trials messy and most likely incredibly hard on Trish's family, but in the end, Dan also took his mother-in-law, Thera, to court to try and collect from her the near $1 million she stood to collect as Trish's beneficiary, but Thera countersued. Dan's 3 children also joined their grandmother's wrongful death suit against their father in their mother's murder. So it's fair to say that Dan's cruel actions destroyed and ripped apart the whole family. Following the murder, Trish's brother ended up raising the 3 Willoughby children. Dan Willoughby continued to maintain his innocence up until his death, when he died on November the 20th, 2008, while serving his time at Arizona State Prison, and it was said he died due to natural causes.
Not if I had not left that succubus, everybody would have been living happily ever after. Simple as that. But sometimes forensic evidence and jurors are wrong.
Yesenia Patino was convicted in Mexico and is now currently serving her 35-year prison term at the state prison in Hermosillo. Trish's mother ended up writing Yesenia a letter telling her she forgave her for what she had done, saying, "Because I think she is a victim just like everybody else." Yesenia responded to this by saying, "It is nice to know that she has nothing against me." She says that Dan is where he belongs to be and that she feels sorry for what I'm going through. In the end, justice was served and the 2 people responsible for Trish's murder were rightfully convicted. Why Dan felt he had the right over Trish's money and thought he could so easily receive it by killing her is completely beyond me. He's such a disgusting man, and I can't even begin to think what his children must have felt having their own father brutally murder their mother. Yesenia herself isn't much better, and I'm glad that even though the US granted her immunity, she was still prosecuted and sentenced in Mexico. As always, my heart goes out to Trish's family, and in particular to her 3 children. I hope over time they manage to live a somewhat normal life, and I'll just finish off by saying, rest in peace, Trish Willoughby.